Man, I love Voltiel just cranking it. I love Mary Elizabeth McGlynn's vocals. This is my favorite Silent Hill vocal track, absolutely, yes. It's such a banger. Thank you, Mannequin. Ah, yeah, good opening theme. What a bop. So let's talk real quick about Silent Hill 3 and where this game came from, because it's actually super interesting. And it's a little bit similar to Metal Gear Solid 2 in some ways. Silent Hill 2 comes out. I don't think it's controversial to say that Silent Hill 2 is one of the best games ever made. It's so good. I think that most people who played it would kind of agree that that game is something special. Guess what? Slow sales, poorly received critically. Silent Hill 2 was considered not a flop, very mild success with some critical fan backlash. And one of the things that people didn't like about it was that Silent Hill 1 was kind of confusing. There's a lot of vagaries in it. There's a lot of questions that are left unanswered, and this is on purpose. Silent Hill 1 is, I would argue, good because it doesn't answer every question, because it leaves such things vague. You know, I don't want to be scared, I want answers. Yeah, that's a thing, is that there's a lot of things in Silent Hill 1 that aren't directly explained. What was the cause of the fire in the Gillespie house? How did Alessa wind up with psychic powers? Where do the monsters come from? What is the other world? Like, I think we have more definitive answers for that sort of thing now, looking at these more critically and as people with a lot more life experience. I know I, for one, have changed my interpretations and my opinions on the Silent Hill series over time. And I think that I've arrived with one that I'm happy with. So Silent Hill 1 leaves a lot unanswered, and people expected Silent Hill 2 to give us those answers, and it does not. Silent Hill 2 is uninterested in answering your question. In fact, have some more questions. What are the gods of this land? What is the Crimson Ritual? What is White Claudia? Like, Silent Hill 2 is not about answering questions from Silent Hill 1. So Silent Hill 3 has to step into that role. Because Silent Hill 2 is doing its own thing, they wanted Silent Hill 3 to placate those fans who wanted answers to the questions in Silent Hill 1. But here's your problems. And there are multiple. One, if you answer the questions in Silent Hill 1, then the Silent Hill series becomes much more boring, less scary, and less interesting. We don't care once those questions are answered. It would be like if your strange surrealist television show had a hook where a girl was murdered in the first episode, and the plot of the series revolves around finding that murderer, and then some producer comes in and is like, fans are demanding that you answer who murdered this girl. And then once you answer that, nobody watches your show anymore. Everybody stops caring. That would be silly, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be silly if a show did that and just answered who killed Laura Palmer? I mean, that girl, hypothetically, in this hypothetical show. And two, the biggest problem. You have 9 months to develop this game. Start now. I would start now. Yeah, 9 months is not a good amount of time for a video game. However, highly ironic, as one of the themes of this game is pregnancy and birth. So it's an absolute miracle this game didn't wind up as a trash fire. Alright, last thing I want to say before we start. Because Silent Hill 2 didn't look like it was going to be a success, this game throws a lot of baby out with the bathwater. I mean that figuratively, but thinking on it, it is literal too. This game... This game winds up dropping Silent Hill 2's themes of guilt and punishment, sickness, and sexual frustration, and it replaces those with themes of adolescence, revenge, and birth. All of these things, I think, are going to be important and things that we talk about while we're playing this. Mind you, one of the things that I find interesting is that one of the big themes in Silent Hill 1 is pregnancy. One of the big themes in Silent Hill 3 is childbirth. One of the themes in Silent Hill 4, pregnancy, motherhood, childbirth, and then none of it. It's one of the frustrations that I have about the rest of this series is that they're really interested in Silent Hill 2's themes of guilt, but not Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4's themes of motherhood. They just won't talk about it. And it's so frustrating. All right. I think I'm ready to start. Benui.
Where am I?
Such good sound design. I want to encourage you to listen to the background noise here, because I'm going to tell you what I get from it, and I wonder if you imagine the same. Breathing. It sounds to me like bodily functions, but that are being observed from the inside. It sounds like breathing or blood flowing or a heartbeat, but of a body that you're in the middle of. This is the sound of being in a womb. Yeah, it's Vore ASMR. This is when you're in a tummy and you're like, oh no, don't digest me. But yeah, that's the impression that I get from a lot of the audio here. Okay, two other things. So, we all find this really obnoxious now, right? When a game has like, oh, childhood mascot, but covered in blood, right? This is fucking obnoxious these days in a post Five Nights at Freddy's world, right? But there is something that this game is doing with it, and that is that Heather is 17, and that's going to be important for this game because this game wants to talk about Heather's adolescence. She is at a transition point between child and adult, and learning that the childish world is a veneer over something darker and more distraught. The fact that this game starts in an amusement park that has had its skin peeled off to reveal these metal grates and an industrial environment and is filled with blood is sort of cluing us into this idea of Heather losing her childhood innocence and realizing how the world is going to be perceived for her adolescence, you know? I feel like eventually that veneer comes back. I don't think the world is actually blood and guts and gore and rust and grates and things, but I do think that when you're in your adolescence, it sure does seem like that's a thing. The other thing that I want to point out is something that the Silent Hill 2 remake is completely fucking up. And it's a really important part of Silent Hill that becomes less and less emphasized the worse and worse these games get. These environments are interactable. You can walk around these highly detailed environments and examine almost everything in them, and there is internal monologue from the character thinking about the things in this environment. There's so much more information that we get about the character we're playing as and the environment that we're in because of the incidental text in these games, and reducing that to only being able to interact with things that have a prompt and then having a character say out loud, "What the hell?" or something like that is not telling us anything. There's a lot of personality in a rabbit doll. No, it's a costume. Is there someone in there? It looks like there is, but I don't feel like making sure. Like, this is telling us something about Heather. It's telling us something about the environment. It's telling us something about the thing that we're looking at that we wouldn't be able to get otherwise. We can't see from where we are in the game that there's someone in there, but Heather gets the impression that there is. So that's new information for us. And also, there's a sense of dread that she doesn't feel like looking, which also creates a dread in the player, because now we're going, there's something in there that we can't see, and our character won't look to make sure, which leaves it vague. Our question, is there someone in there, is left unanswered, which puts us on edge. If everything in the environment is only presented to the player visually and auditorily, there's nothing there that's left lingering. We're going to be left with the question, is there somebody inside that suit, for the whole game? That's never going to get answered. And that's good. That's great. It's a giant rabbit costume. Why would this be here? And what's this? Something strange in a cagey box thing. A person? Not quite. I don't really want to stare at it for very long, whatever it is. There's so many good things happening here because it's telling us so much about Heather. If James was in this situation looking at these bloodied dolls, he would say, who could have done this? Like, he would have been asking questions like, how did this happen? Who could have done this? Or whatever, you know? Heather's much more interested in the shape of the thing, but is also really wary of it, you know? Let's talk about the dogs really quick. It has a split face like the lizard boss from Silent Hill 1. It does. Silent Hill 1 has a few dog enemies that look like they're kind of skinned. This one is much different. It's not skinned the same way that the Silent Hill 1 one was. In fact, it looks more like it's burned and bandaged, which is interesting because that's something that happens to Alessa. So these dogs are Alessa's monster in that they represent one of Alessa's fears, but they also represent Alessa herself in some way, you know? She's seeing herself in the monsters now. So one of the things that I'm going to spoil, because we need to talk about it for the entire game, is that our main character, Heather, is the baby from the good endings in Silent Hill 1. She is part of Cheryl, she's part of Alessa, but she's also her own person. But those things are going to come up in the story. Look at this poster here. Robbie the Rabbit is not Lakeside Amusement Park's mascot, or rather, not their only mascot. There are 4 of them. I believe they're Huey Horse, Katie Kitty, and Dewey Duck, I think, off the top of my head. I don't super recall. They don't make as much of an appearance. A little bit sad.
And, lest we forget, our favorite Silent Hill mascot, Tookie the Toucan.
Shut the fuck up. I will murder Tookie. God is my witness, I will see the light drain from his eyes. Fuck that toucan. Ah. love getting blindsided by something like this so early in the game. They really just want you on the edge of your seat for this part, don't they? I'm gonna get a little safer first. Yeah, that's locked. There's something in there. Can I see what it is? Looks like it's moving. So, I wanted to point out that on the mountain coaster sign, all of the letters in coaster are burned out, except the S and the T. ST is an abbreviation for saint. Is this going to be relevant later with the religious themes this game has? No. It's probably just a coincidence and I'm stupid. I'm just drawing conclusions where there probably aren't any. You know, it's definitely a reach. It's not true. You know, Heather, walking on a roller coaster is probably a pretty bad idea. I don't know if I'd recommend that.
What a nightmare.
Gosh, the lighting in this scene is so good.
Dad, it's me. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
Heather, I need to speak with you.
Seems like a weirdo.
I'm a detective.
A detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
Hold on. There's someone that wants to meet you. Just let me have an hour. No, half an hour of your time.
My daddy always told me not to talk to strangers.
This is very important. It's about your birth.
I'm not interested. Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
Kid, you want to know how you were born? I do like, early on, getting an ambiguous statement like, it's about your birth, because Douglas doesn't know this, but that's interesting foreshadowing. There's a lot of double speak in this game. There's a lot of characters who say one thing and mean multiple things by it. I don't like mirrors. It's almost like there's an unknown world right on the other side, and the person staring at me isn't really me, just an imitator. I know how stupid that sounds, but that's how I feel. If I keep thinking about it, it just makes me feel sick. Didn't expect a trans allegory in Silent Hill. Guess what? I don't think it's on purpose, but there's a couple of readings that you can do about Heather. Some of the popular ones is that Heather's trans, or Heather might be asexual, or both. There's a couple of instances where reading these is somewhat valid in the text. Nothing definitive, and I don't think it's intended, but ain't nobody gonna stop you if you do. Also, dang, what a good looking mirror. These are so hard to do because you have to render the entire scene twice. You know what's also valid? Heather. Yeah, absolutely agree. Well, that's helpful. Maybe I should walk around it. Oh, never mind. How did this car park here? I totally agree. How did this car park here? How did you get out of it? Did they just climb out the back? How did it not get towed away? They couldn't get it out of the alley. Obviously. So this is part of the mall that's closed down, presumably just because, like, all of these shops wound up being closed for various reasons. So they just shut the gate and they're just leaving it, right? So you can see aspects of the mall that are decaying. Like, there's clearly another section of it where things are living, but back here, it's pretty dead. And I love that you can hear people in the background.
Stay back! Get the hell away from me! What the hell is this thing?
It's a monster. I killed it. So, couple things. Fun the thing had a fleshlight for a face. Would you care to explain? I'd love to. So, first of all, that monster has a pretty weird shaped face, right? It has these like pouty, sort of luscious lips, but they're framed in almost a perfect circle. And this combination of the organic with the geometric is something that we see Pyramid Head doing. Right? It's something that I think Masahiro Ito is interested in. And it's sort of not quite geegery, but it's sort of that kind of biomechanical aspect where it has natural aspects with artificial shapes. That's pretty cool. Another thing I want to point out is that its arms are tearing apart. You can see like the bone inside, which seems very uncomfortable. Like their body is growing in a way that's causing them a lot of distress, that their body's existence is painful, that it's breaking apart at the seams. And I would also like to point out that it is, if you look at its coloring, it's kind of wearing boots, and it's also got a little like skirt sort of thing, and then it's kind of got bare arms, and it's almost a parody of Heather's outfit. There's a lot of similarities between it and Heather's appearance, but the way that its lips and legs and butt are kind of emphasized is incredibly uncomfortable. This isn't quite sexualized the same way as the bubble-headed nurses, but it is sexualized in a way. And if you want to read into Heather as trans allegory, this is a good place to do it. Talk about body dysmorphia and the way that the appearance and shape of the body is what's causing this thing pain. If you want to talk about asexuality, you would say that the way that this is kind of like a sexualized parody of Heather could represent the way that she's uncomfortable with people viewing her, that the other people's conception of her as a sexual entity is monstrous to her, that idea is uncomfortable and threatening. I believe that the intended reading is a little closer to Heather is still young enough to be uncomfortable with that sexuality. I don't know if they intended her to be completely ace, but she's definitely intended to be concerned with and uncomfortable with being sexualized in a way that a lot of women growing up are expected to be, especially when this happens in a clothing store, especially when this is happening in a mall, especially when girls and teenagers are presented with fashionable clothing that does look too sexual, you know? So it's probably about adolescence, but there's also a lot of super interesting readings that you could bring to it, I think.
It's almost like reducing women to nothing more than a birthing vessel is a horrible, fucked up thing to do.
It's almost like that, yeah. It's kind of like that. I think here's where we get our map. All right, so here would be my question. How did a monster show up here? We're not in Silent Hill. We're not anywhere near there. How did that happen? It's pretty clear from the word go that the mechanics of this universe are different than Silent Hill 1 and 2. In Silent Hill 1, it's Alessa's psychic powers which are causing the monsters to manifest out of her nightmares. In Silent Hill 2, the spiritual power of the town has been corrupted and is manifesting monsters from the people there. Neither of these are a possibility at the beginning of this game because Alessa is dead and we are not in the town of Silent Hill. So neither of those explanations work in talking about how the monster shows up here, how that closer attacked us, right? There is an explanation, but it's a new one. And that's cool and good. Oh, the sound design is so good. It's so good. Alright, so this thing is a numb body. Shares a similar name to the lying bodies from Silent Hill 2. Sometimes, especially when you've only got 8 months to make a game, a monster is just a monster because we needed a monster to fill that spot. However, if I was going to read too far into it, the best explanation for these things that I've heard, or at least my favorite one, is that they resemble an ultrasound of a very early fetus, like some kind of ultrasound imagery of that. And I can kind of see it. Like, it's a bit of a stretch of the imagination, but I do like it. This is a good moment. You might not realize it, but that was a tutorial. Now we've got beef's jerky. Sometimes it's just enough to distract monsters. If you want, you can play this game in a certain way where you can use beef jerky and the monsters will attack it instead of you. Give yourself a little breathing room. But they showed us that that doggo was more interested in that jerky than us. It's a good introduction to that mechanic. They want to snap into a Slim Jim, brother. Something's fallen between the table and the floor. I think it might be a key. If my arms were a little longer, I might be able to reach it. It's a huge pile of cardboard boxes on the table, full of books. It's way too much of a pain to move something that heavy. I love that Heather's not like, I can't. It's that, I don't wanna. God, isn't the sound design so good? Here it is, the moment everyone's been waiting for. It's bread. But I'm not really hungry, so I guess I don't need to worry about it.
Bread? It looks like bread to you.
I got the key taken with tongs. Does this key like tongs? Oh, it's positively taken with them. Gosh, I love that it sounds like somebody's running a washing machine on a floor above you. It's horrible. Becoming. Always becoming. Always becoming. Jeez. No. Was this note? Fair is foul and foul is fair. Put these books out of order. The line is from Macbeth. That makes sense. So I'm playing this on normal riddle difficulty. These puzzles get very different if you play them on different difficulties. Shakespeare Anthology 1. Alright, So that's the medium riddle difficulty. That's not bad. That's pretty doable. On hard, this puzzle gets somewhat unfair. The hard mode version of this puzzle starts with, "In here be a tragedy, art thou player or audience?" and requires you to have some in-depth knowledge of 5 different Shakespeare plays, because it is a riddle that describes those plays in a specific order and then asks you to reverse that order. And that is the door code. It's not my favorite puzzle. It's pretty hard. 6382. Voidberger did a whole series explaining how the hard mode puzzles work, how they were supposed to work, and how due to some bugs and miscommunications, the answers for them aren't always right. Sometimes the clue gives you the wrong answer. And that's rough.
Hey, wait, what's going on? Where is everybody? Those weird monsters?
They've come to witness the beginning. The rebirth of paradise,
despoiled by mankind.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know? Your power is needed.
How should I know?
I am Claudia.
So what?
Remember me, and your true self as well. Also, that which you must become. The one who will lead us to paradise with blood-stained hands.
Claudia, right? Did you do all this?
It was the hand of God.
What does she want me to remember?
The accent on Claudia is an interesting choice. Here's what's even more interesting. Claudia right there is voiced by Donna Burke, who does a fantastic job and is probably one of the only voice actors I can think of in a Silent Hill game that had a career in voice acting outside of these games. She also voices Angela in Silent Hill 2, and she does a great fucking job. She's got enough range to do both, and it's awesome. She's also the iDroid in Metal Gear Solid 5. She is, yeah.
V has come too.
Oh, she's also like 3 or 4 different characters in the hit video game Night Cry from the director of Clock Tower. Remember Night Cry? PS2 went hard at times for animation. What's fascinating is that so without Takayoshi Sato on the team, because he didn't work on Silent Hill 3 at all, we don't actually have a lot of CG animation in Silent Hill 3 at all. As much as like Silent Hill 1 and 2, there's not as much pre-rendered CG. A lot of it is like in-game cutscenes. Can't wait for the render time. Yeah, they only got 9 months to make the game, but the cutscenes still look great and the animation is so good. I love that chanting. A radio? What the hell is this doing falling down from the ceiling? Anyway, I guess that explains the static from just before. All it's picking up is static. I wonder if it's broken.
Is this a dream? It's gotta be.
I love that we never get a good look at what that was.
Not even a kid could believe in this. But when am I going to wake up?
Okay. couple things. We just step out of an elevator and into another elevator? Yeah. Weird, right? Weird? Weird. In Silent Hill 1, when the other world takes over, it's usually accompanied by the sirens and a fade to black before you wind up having the nightmare and then waking up afterwards, right? It's very related to sleep. In Silent Hill 2, it's much more gradual. It's like this descent into the environment decaying around you. It's related to sickness and descent. In this game, it's more often accompanied by an incredible amount of pain and blood. And there's two things that I think this is trying to call to mind: birth and menarche. Themes of pregnancy and birth are going to be a really large part of the plot going forward here, and those are often accompanied by pain and blood. These are just parts of the process. But one of the themes is also adolescence, and for a girl like Heather, that could also mean menstruation. So we also get cramps and pain and blood and all of this stuff as Heather winds up waking up into the nightmare version of these worlds, right? But also, interesting to point out that this nightmare world is happening not in Silent Hill. We're not in Silent Hill. We're miles and miles away. Is it canon what town the mall is in? I don't know if it's ever outright stated. We do see the train station, so we know kind of what road it's at, but we don't know, unfortunately, what town it's actually in. Oh man, this bathroom is fucked. Is someone actually in there? Oh no. Oh, I love this so much. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Someone had a bad time in here. It's full of filthy, muddy water. Looks like something's stopping it up. Will you remove the blockage? Yeah, definitely. Reach your hand right in there, Heather.
Oh, forget it. This is way too gross. Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
Yeah, James. What the fuck? But also, what the fuck, player? I love that she looks right at the camera. It's so good. Heather's the only normal Silent Hill protagonist. Kinda, yeah. Oh, I love the sound design in this game. It's so good. I think this is one of my favorite dialogues. Why would something like this be here? This isn't a hospital. I miss having those. Like, little incidental dialogues. They're so good. So that's a video that appears in Silent Hill 1 in the mall section of the game. There's like a stack of TVs. It's the first time we see Cheryl in this game too. Mannequins? Changing rooms? More clothing stores? If I remember correctly. Yeah, this is cool. I like this. This raises so many questions. Nut. barbecued dog? Who the hell would make something like this? Furthermore, who the hell would eat it? There's something inside the dog's stomach. So, in my estimation, if you listen to the Silent Hill wiki, they think this is talking about Chinese food. That's so fucking offensive. I think, like I mentioned earlier, that the dogs are a fear of Alessa's, but also sort of a representation of her, that she exists as her own fears, that these dogs are burned and bandaged, but there's something that's borrowed from Silent Hill 1, which represented one of Alessa's fears, which is like dogs in the neighborhood, you know? Also, the dog is being served up for the consumption by others. Yeah. There we go. Now we're cooking. There's warm steam coming out of the pipe. There's nothing else interesting going on here. Any canned light bulbs? Not that I've found. Yeah. Oh boy. Ah, there we go. Detergent. Oh man. I love combining bleach and detergents. That's my favorite thing to do. Do not combine a bleach and a detergent. So, there's a bunch of these evil things in here. We gotta get rid of them somehow. So we start by turning off the fan. And then we use this trash can to combine the bleach and the detergent. Again, do not do this. If you're not aware, if I'm not mistaken, and it's been a while since I've taken a chemistry course, but if you combine bleach and detergent, what this creates is called chlorine gas. Now, this is aerosolized chlorine that gets into your lungs, where it combines with moisture, which is hydrogen and oxygen, and that combines to create hydrochloric acid. The chlorine gets in your lungs and it makes hydrochloric acid inside you, and then that burns your lungs from the inside and kills you, and you're dead. Do not do this. Okay? Do not ever. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad? It's bad. Yeah, Heather, just put your face right in there. Oh my god. Ugh. So now we wait until those things are dead. Alright, now this room is properly ventilated. It's not a problem anymore. Those are some doggo noises. Oh man, I love being presented with the absolute worst sounding enemies in any of these games. Oh, I hate the noise these make. Ugh. Ooh. You know what this is? Anybody familiar with these? Y'all like some thumb screws? It's an entire hand screw, yeah. Yeah, this whole room is full of torture devices, it looks like. There's some stocks and cages. Oh, and there's ones on the walls too. Cool. You know what this room could use? Like a Sibian. Maybe one of those wooden horse... yeah, never mind. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Oh no! No! Okay, listen. Jeez, you know what y'all are doing? Y'all are so mean. You're so strict when I'm playing these games. You don't let me have any fun at all. You're really putting my nuts in a vice. A jewel. Got a moonstone. It's locked. The door has a red crescent and a round dent. But I'm not sure because there's no dog here. Something's written here in the same color red. Piling up the 300th day and night from beyond the door, cries of pain are heard, and the final destination has become real, though not a blessed beginning. It's just a type of jewel, not really from the moon. It was inside the walnut somehow. Heather, what do you mean not from the moon? Of course it's not. Jeez, this is so good. What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. Sorry.
It's our circumcised boy.
So that's a split head worm. I need to talk about those.
What? It's the shopping mall just like before. Am I back?
Piss easy pause. I am playing on easy difficulty, don't worry about it. Okay, first of all, split head worm, definitely a representation of a circumcised penis, representing Heather's trauma over her circumcision. Okay, not really. Split head worm is interesting to me because it shares some similarities with a couple of bosses in Silent Hill 1. The first boss that you come across in SH1 is the creature in the boiler room in the school, which has a similar type of face to this thing. It splits in half the same way, and it has a similar weakness where you want to be shooting into its flaps at its big mouth. But it's also a little bit similar to one of the bosses that you wind up fighting in the mall in Silent Hill 1. One of the things that I really like about Silent Hill 3 is that I feel like it's taking the opportunity to explore some of the areas that we didn't get to go through in Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 1 has a couple of areas that are fully fleshed out, right? Like the hospital, I feel like the sewers are pretty well fleshed out. A lot of the town itself, the elementary school, of course. Like a lot of these areas get a lot of time and detail to them, but there's a couple of environments that you just sort of run through a little bit, and the mall is one of them. And there's also like the amusement park, which you run through at the end of the game, but it's mostly just like grates in a big empty space with some of the amusement park rides sort of floating in the void. And I feel like Silent Hill 3 wants to take the opportunity to flesh some of those out more, to revisit some of those areas that we didn't really get to do in Silent Hill 1. The mall in SH1 isn't really that much of a location. In Silent Hill 3, it's the first place you go. Same with the amusement park. We've already seen some of that in the prologue for this game, but we're going to see more of it later. That's a totally fleshed out area now. And we're also going to revisit the sewers again. Yay. The phone doesn't work. Well, we all have our hopes. Wish I could get a hold of Dad. Aww. Yo, I love Happy Burger.
Heather,
It's you.
what just happened?
You must be one of them.
What did I do? And what do you mean by one of them?
You're in on this with that Claudia, aren't you?
Claudia? What about her? She asked me to find you, that's all.
So you are one of them.
Claudia did all that? Look, I was just hired to find you. I'm not on anybody's side. I don't know anything about this. Why don't you start by telling me what happened here and that monster? What the hell was that?
I don't know any more than you do. All I know is that things are getting really screwy around here, and I got a weird feeling it's got something to do with me. Maybe you're just an innocent bystander, but I can't feel sorry for you because you dragged me into this. You know, if you hadn't found me...
What are you talking about? What's so special about you anyway?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be so confused, would I? But I know there's something. Something I've been running from and forgot for a long time. How did I remember that?
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Where are you going?
I'm taking the subway home.
What should I do?
How if I know?
So, when Douglas says Claudia did all that, and what was that monster, that definitely implies that Douglas was living through the same nightmare that we were in some way, right? We didn't wind up meeting up there, but that's certainly something that they both lived through, which is kind of interesting to me. Fruity Rogue, I played one of those in D&D before. Oh, Rouge. Sorry. Minmo! Growing strong and healthy, Minmo! Oh, I love cat foods, Minmo. Oh, it comes in fish. We love Minmo. Look at, see him face.
See him face.
Aww. I would totally buy some cat food, Minmo. I want to grow strong and healthy. There we go, Bergen Street. And we go down again. This is quite a strange subway. Like, I used to ride the subway quite a bit. Back in Chicago, we had the L, which is an elevated train line, but there's also a whole bunch of CTA lines that go underground. And it looked pretty similar to this, and smells like urine, you know, as you do. Path is blocked with trash, I can't go through here. Is someone sleeping here? All this red stuff around here is blood. This guy's not sleeping. Why am I not the least bit surprised? I think that nightmare's numbed my senses a little. You got all kinds of stories of the kind of people you meet in the subway. I try not to meet people in the subway. I don't do a lot of that. However, the way this is set up, where it keeps going down and down and down some more, this ain't normal. This doesn't seem normal. Chains holding the doors together are secured with a bolt and nut. The nut is screwed on tight. I can't turn it with my hands. Alright. So now we can use this nutcracker. Oh, a shotgun. You know, as a present. It's a gift-wrapped box. Could it be a birthday present? No, I guess not. Nobody I know would give me something this gross, but I'll take it anyway. Should come in handy against the monsters. Guess someone left it here by mistake, but who would do that? This game has a pretty constant theme of birthdays. Birthdays are a thing that are going to be present in this game. So, this is called an insane cancer, new monster type. The appearance of these things is somewhat gravid. They have an enlarged belly and seem to be laying in like a birthing position. In addition, the idea of an insane cancer is a growth inside the body, a cancer, a tumor. All of these things are reminiscent of pregnancy, specifically unwanted pregnancies. I do like how its face is just a crater. This is not a tumor. I think this right here. Yes, I love this camera angle. It's almost a puzzle, right? Like it's telling you where to go, but you really don't want to go there. This is really similar to the way that PT uses that fridge. In PT, there's a hallway you have to pass through where there's a fridge hanging above your head, suspended really precariously by these ropes. And when you're looking at it, the image of the refrigerator, something that you know from human experience is incredibly heavy and not supposed to be above you ever, makes it so that you are really anxious about doing that. This is using a similar technique here. We've got this red light and a doorway that the game is telling us to go to using this camera angle, but in order to do so, we have to run onto the train tracks of a subway, which goes against every instinct in our brains. Nothing about this feels good. It's tense. It feels dangerous. Even if nothing happens, I want to spend as little time on these train tracks as possible, because... And of course it's locked. No, 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 no. Please, get up. Whew. I love that scare. It's so much better that the door is locked. Because suddenly it's like, no, I have to go back. And then the dogs show up and you hear the train whistle. It's so good. Ooh. One of the things that this game uses a little more than some of the other ones is the idea of liminal spaces. In Silent Hill 1, you get a couple of these. Silent Hill 2, not a lot. Like sort of the hospital, but not a ton of the areas.
No, not another analyst with their liminal spaces. I fled YouTube to get away from that, but oh no.
Do you think people use the term correctly, though? Do you think there's a lot of people using that term right? People talking about liminal spaces with, like, the back rooms and stuff, and it's like, I mean, kinda, sure. But, like, you know, a subway is literally that. It's a space that you travel through, that you're using to get to other places, that you don't spend a lot of time in. Ones that you would expect a lot of people to be, and are very strange when they're not. And I would say that a subway fits that definition. You know, people who are going to a subway are using it to get to a different place. This game has a few more spaces that are very liminal. So stuff like the mall. When you're going to the mall, it's not so you can spend time in the places that we visit in the mall. It's so you can spend time in the shops, so you can spend time in the food court. And everything else in the mall is there to facilitate your travel to other locations inside the mall, right? Same with the subway. You have a destination and you have to travel through the subway to get there. Welcome to the only area in a Silent Hill that takes place in a moving vehicle. That will not be true forever because I believe that in the arcade game you are on a moving boat. So I know I've talked about it before, but generally the way you do an environment like this in a video game is you have the train car be relatively stationary, maybe like shaking left and... Well, they probably don't have the train shaking. They probably have the camera shaking slightly. And then you move the environment outside of the train at high speeds. Because generally you don't build a physics engine that's able to handle objects on a platform moving at high speed. Because then you have to have like reference frames, and that's a lot. Oh, it's a bigger one. Stop real crime. Too cold. Bad artist. Well, we've arrived. Must be the first car. I can't see the next car through the frosted window. All I see is the track. Wait a minute. There's no place for the conductor? So how does it run? Or did the car before it already go on ahead? I didn't hear or feel if it did. Anyways, it's obviously pointless to stay on this train any longer. See, little things like that, for me, that's what makes a Silent Hill game. For me, that's so integral to the way that these games function, is being able to walk around the environment and get text like that, you know? It's a lost art in horror games. I should be able to click on a bookshelf and find nothing interesting. Exactly. I want a game where you try a door and it says, the door is locked, it's broken. Or something. I love that we get off the train and immediately start going down more. More descent. I think this is another one of those areas where this game is kind of expanding on something that appeared in Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 1 had a couple sections where you're running through the sewers. There wasn't a lot going on with them, right? I'm gonna get away from that thing. Never mind. Gotta go towards that thing. Are those my least favorite monsters in all of Silent Hill? They might be. And I don't mean least favorite in that they're bad or poorly designed. We went through the mall, and then we got a mall. Nice. I wonder if there's supposed to be a Lovecraft god aspect. That's an interesting noise. Thanks to that thing, all the water's finally drained out of the hole. Looks like I'll be able to go down there now. If I can stand the smell, that is. I really like this camera angle. This little river right here is like one of my favorite things in this game. I really like it. I've said it before and I will say it again. The first 4 games in this series really know how to use noise, music, and silence in order to create its atmosphere. It's really, really important that we have all of these elements, that there are scenes of silence that are punctuated with noise. God, I love this. Look at that thing down there. So good. Dryer. Now that's a lot of garbage. Oh, wow, it's my stream. Yo, where the hell did it all come from? Guess this is all the stuff that gets tossed out into the sewers. It's a broken clock. So this clock is actually a reference to Peter Pan, where there's a clock inside the crocodile, and there's that old wives' tale about crocodiles in the sewers. So there's the clock in the no, I'm kidding. It's not. It's just a clock. Bunch of nonsense. Kind of shit you'd see on the wiki. Oh, the thing's gone now. Is this a security monitor? I can't see anything. It must be broken. Danger. Keep out. This was probably pasted on that door there. I can see where it fell off. There's a monster in the water. The bastards killed 2 of my buddies. I should never have doubted that old urban legend about alligators in the sewers. That was no myth. But no one believes me. They were drunk and slipped. We're not that damn stupid. Even calling it a monster's not quite right. This is something else. All I know is something's in there. I'm going in now to beat that thing's head in. If you find this note, consider it my will. Revenge is futile, or so you may think reading this. But Jose and Jamie were my best buddies. Wish I knew how to do the deed. Guns won't work underwater. Even my famous knife work won't do much. If only I had a hand grenade. This guy studied the blade. So, if you walk into this room and you see this caution sign here and this danger keep out sign here, which I would hope you would. You might explore enough to find this note. I don't think it's that unfair for the game to simply kill you if you try walking off onto this platform. I don't think it's that bad that this is a game over right here. Yoink. There's an outlet here. So now we can plug in the dryer. And that thing's dead now. I do love her body language throwing that thing in. Alright, now you're dead, I guess.
You just killed a majestic endangered sewer kraken in its natural habitat.
Yes. So let's think about this for just a second here. So far, we've done 2 puzzles that involve destroying nuts. We've done 1 puzzle that involves unraveling a clothes hanger. And we've done 2 puzzles that are incredibly ill-advised. One of which is combining bleach and detergent into chlorine gas. And one of which is throwing a hairdryer into a bathtub. What is the game trying to tell us with these puzzle solutions, you know? This wall looks a little different here. The material is different too. Might break if it's hit hard enough. Time to bring out the maul. Got a silencer. Oh, and there's some leggies in there. I can see legs through the broken part of the wall. Those are just mannequin legs. But I guess I'm not that lucky. Just like the black cat. Wish I hadn't seen that. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about this real quick. Y'all know that I already complained about the Silent Hill 3 official strategy guide when we talked about the plot synopsis for Silent Hill 1, but I gotta bring it up again here. Just inside the entrance of the big room is a noticeable section of the wall recently and very poorly plastered. Use one of the melee weapons such as the steel pipe or the maul to smash through the plaster. A body is visible in the wall and the silencer falls out. It seems that Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid has been busy hiding bodies in other Konami games. Now, I could see where they got that idea, because Snake does put a silencer on his gun and it is a different color wall, right? However, look at the text here. They're telling you what this is a reference to. It's a reference to the movie The Black Cat. Super good. Highly recommend. They put what the reference is in the game. Ugh, a filthy mattress. Let's drop it in the hole.
Do you think love can bloom, even inside some drywall?
You know what can bloom there? Black mold. Especially if you're J.K. Rowling's castle, apparently.
Oh, is this J.K. Rowling's house?
Thank you. I'm glad we both thought it.
I feel bad for that black mold, sharing space with that vile toxic substance.
True. Same. Oh! Run away from that fucking thing. Oh no! Storage room. Oh! I love this storage room. Oh, this one's so good. There's something weird about the headless ones. Like they can still see me or something. Ick. So, I think that this room is the inspiration for that weird scene of dollification fetish happening in Silent Hill Revelations 3D. Where there's that big mannequin spider. You know the ones? I think it's a combination of this and the Scarlet fight from Silent Hill Homecoming, which is also a big mannequin doll boss fight. I think they combined that with this room when they came up with that scene. And like, I don't want to call anybody out. I don't want to make any assumptions, but like, I found out that a couple years after Silent Hill Revelation 3D, the director of that movie came out as trans, and I thought that that dollification scene suddenly made a whole lot more sense. Suddenly I'm like, oh, yeah, good for her. Ooh, this is blood. I really like that scene because I think that scream, I think it's Heather's voice actress. Goggo. Oh no. Monica's dance studio. The drawer is open just a smidge. Must be rusted or something. I can't pull it out any further. One interesting thing that I think Silent Hill 3 is doing is to copy the formula of Silent Hill 1 again. So the first thing that happens in the game is the main character has a dream in which they die and then wake up in a diner/restaurant. One of the first locations you go to in the game is the school, which is replaced with the mall in this game. And I think that's just because Heather's a little bit older than Cheryl was, or Alessa was. So she's got more of an association to hanging out in the mall than being in school, you know? Remember when people voluntarily hung out in malls? I did, all the time. A whole bunch. I used to really like hanging out in the mall. Fun, what's a mall? Don't you do this to me. Don't you do this. Those places where you could get pretzels. Listen, there are places where you can hang out and play Dance Dance Revolution. One of my core memories from my childhood was being in a wall and walking past some goobers absolutely going nuts on a DDR machine. See, that was me. I did the tournament scene. I won about $500 doing it, too. I was pretty okay at it. It looks like there was a picture here before, only the caption's still around. Flame purifies all. Flame, huh? Well, I don't know what kind of picture used to be here, but I'm not too fond of fire. It's scary somehow. I feel like that line's a little bit on the nose. This is a good angle. There's something missing from games that don't have set camera angles, and it's the ability for a camera movement to invoke anxiety in the player. It's something really small, but it feels really important in these games, you know? Yes. Oh yeah, while you were hanging out in the mall, Heather studied the blade. I don't know if that's how you use that, but that's alright. Her EI jutsu could use a little work. Yeah! The leggy chodes are here. Let's call them something else. Let's come up with a different name for them. Please. Okay, never mind. We can call them leggy scrotes. I don't like any of these other... All of these names are actually worse. Green Ridge Mental Health Clinic. Wait a minute. That's not how you spell health. I'm gonna be honest. Kinda love it. I hope this letter finds you in good health. Is this the reception area? There are catalogs scattered around. There's a sofa here. It's really beat up, and I can totally tell what kind of texture that thing is. Oh, that sofa feels really coarse, doesn't it? Yeah, super canvasy. Here's their backup display tub. Here. See, like, this is where those set camera angles are useful from a gameplay perspective. This is why Silent Hill never needed to have, like, interact prompts, where you put big button prompts on the interactables. Because, like, you do things like, you have the character turn their head to look at the important things, and then you switch your camera angle. That's all you need. It's great.
I knew it.
Is blood.
It's being invaded by the other world, by a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life.
Harry? Is that you?
Oh no, not again. Did she do this too?
When the other world invades, when the world becomes nightmarish, this is one of the most iconic versions of that. Because this is one of the few that you actually see. In Silent Hill 1, when the world is changing, it's doing so under the cover of darkness. There's the siren, of course, but the world also becomes darker, and there's a fade out before things kind of wake up into the nightmare. Because Silent Hill 1 is very concerned with nightmares and dreams. So when the nightmare is escaping, it's doing so in the form of sleep and dreams. In Silent Hill 2, the world gradually descends into this kind of state of disrepair. But in Silent Hill 3, it is accompanied by pain and blood. And there's two things that are going on here, both of which are prescient. One of which is Heather is a 17-year-old girl. This is about periods, but yes, this is also about birth. These are labor pains. This is the nightmare emerging, being birthed from Heather. And it's impactful, it's striking, it's scary. Ooh, I love this. This is good. Let's talk about what we got going on here. Silent Hill 3 has some of my favorite imagery in this whole darn series. Yeah, there's a tube running from this thing to the tub, making it slightly intravenous. It's also definitely got a crucifix type posing of whatever the heck that is back there. It looks kind of meaty, but it's animated in a really strange way. We've also got these forceps, little clamps around here, giving it sort of a medical feel. It is also a little bit uterine. I would say so, sure. And then on top of that, we have these strange anatomical, I don't know, glamour shots? These like magazine quality pictures of close-ups of people's faces. Human body crucified in the shape of a uterus. I'm certain this says something about the objectification of women. Specifically, the objectification of women in a religious sense, which is going to be very important for this game's story. The intersection of religion and birth, like pregnancy, as a form of oppression is going to be very important to this game. Heather, what you looking at? Ooh, cool. Good? The mummy-like thing in the wheelchair is just a doll. Or is it? Something about it makes me uneasy. Why, I wonder? Why is there a wheelchair in this building? Or a doll, for that matter? The Immaculate Conception theme seems so obvious when you put it like that. Okay, I really like that people say that the Silent Hill games are really good because they're subtle horror, but the thing is, not that subtle. You know? Like, they are, but not that subtle. Red bloody curtains. I'm gonna bring this to a personal experience, but I remember having to help with a load of bloody sheets and towels. So my mom is a nurse midwife, usually works in a clinic, has helped with some home deliveries, one of which was my aunt's. I was probably 7 years old? No, maybe 6. And I was absolutely determined to help out with her labor as much as possible. And it worked. Because she was in such pain that she was mad at everyone, but couldn't get mad at the little 6-year-old who's like, do you need more orange juice? So that was my job. I took it upon myself to get her orange juice or water or hot towels. Like that was the work that I took on. And then I got to help cut the umbilical cord. And that was so long ago, but I still remember some vagueness of it. Did you keep it in a box for 30 years? No? I think we planted a tree for it. Like, I think we buried it and planted a tree over it. You ate it? We did not eat it. There are ways to do that. There are reasons to do that. It is not a thing I did or had any desire to do. That is a thing that some people can do. So yeah, when I see bloody sheets like that, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I'm thinking pregnancy. Murder the crocodile child? So, I find it really interesting that these things, slurpers, these guys show up after that little bathtub scene. They crawl around on the floor, they put their mouth on everything, and I do think these things are supposed to be sort of reminiscent of infants. I've known quite a few babies that crawl around on the ground and put their mouth on fucking everything. They're so gross. So that's what they make me think of, but you might have a different interpretation. I want to talk really quick about a different interpretation. So the Silent Hill wiki. Yes? Oh, you're saying yes now, but you're going to be saying no in a minute. Okay, now, I need to be clear here. This is not currently on the wiki. I got this page from the Wayback Machine, because this page has been changed and is slightly better now. But it used to say, under symbolism, slurpers are also representative of the bottom feeders and lowlives of the human world. It is reminiscent of a drug addict licking the ground to slurp up any spilled chemicals in desperation, perhaps alluding to the slurpers' obnoxious, grating vocalizations. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck? This is unacceptable. People suffering drug addiction are people who deserve empathy. I don't know where they got representative of bottom feeders and lowlives at all. Like, I don't know where that information came from. That's just made up. And then all this stuff about drug addiction is just kind of evil. But like, the reason I brought this up is because, in my opinion, the monsters in the Silent Hill games are very much a Rorschach test. They're telling you much, much more about what's going on in their head than they are about what's happening in the game. You know? When you read stuff like this, they brought this to the work, not the other way around. So, yeah, I needed to point out how fucking unacceptable this is. Fortunately, the wiki has taken that down. That doesn't exist on the wiki for the Slurpers anymore. Thank goodness. And yeah. Oh, I love when that big grate comes down. That's great. That's awesome. All right, are you ready for my favorite part of Silent Hill 3? Look at this. Oh my goodness. Look at you. Look at you go. This is my favorite monster in Silent Hill. This is it right here. Whatever the fuck this thing is, this is my favorite. I love it. There's only one of it. What is going on with like these spikes in the floor? There's these big tubes hanging down here. Does it ever come after you? No, it just sits there. A book's lying here. Looks like a fairy tale. Alright, well that looks like the thing. People are attacking the thing. Once upon a time, there was a monster living at the gates of a village. It was very scary and a very bad monster. It would catch people and crunch them up with its big teeth. The villagers were afraid of the monster, and no one would dare approach the gates. Everyone was stuck inside the village. When the king heard about this, he summoned his knights. The knights eagerly rode out to defeat the monster. Ha! Take that! Their swords slashed and their spears flashed, but the monster wouldn't die. The monster tossed the knights into its mouth one by one, horses and all. What was the king to do? He fretted and fussed and paced the floor, but could think of no solution. Soon after, the village priestess came to the castle. She was a very kind and good person. The king asked her to defeat the monster guarding the gates. The book's torn, the rest is missing. I remember reading this a long time ago. I think I borrowed it from someone. I don't remember how it ended, though. Didn't I read this story through to the end? Ironically, the layout of the floor, as well as the tone of the storybook here, sort of implies the creature might have originally been meant to be a boss encounter, but that too might have been cut for time. Possibly. The other thing is, the storybook here could be harkening back to the fairy tale in Silent Hill 1, in the school, but it is telling us something that's really, really interesting to me, and that's the reason this monster is here, is because of Claudia. When Heather says, I read this a long time ago, she's not talking about her own memories, she's talking about Alessa's. When she said, I borrowed it from someone, I assume, and I don't know that for sure, but I would assume that might be Claudia, one of her childhood friends. And it really does seem to depict the thing at the door here, right? I think this is implying that Claudia can give shape to the nightmare. Alright, if I was gonna be really, really generous, like really generous to that stupid Silent Hill wiki thing, I will say there's like needles and pills and bottles and shit all over this place. I don't think they're related to the Slurpers though. I think that's something they're bringing to it. For some reason, the only thing in the fridge is liver. Hope it's not rotten. We got the liver. So now... Oh, there's something here. Find the Holy One. Kill her? Question mark? That's me. Who could have taken this photo? It's really creepy.
Heather. That's what you're called now, isn't it?
And who are you?
The name's Vincent. Don't forget it, okay? I'm on your side.
So you say. But how do I know you're not with her?
Her? You mean Claudia? Please don't lump me together with her. She was totally brainwashed by that crazy old hag. I guess crazy old hag is a bit harsh. She is your mother, after all.
My mother? What do you mean?
You don't remember? So Harry didn't tell you anything. I guess he hid the truth to keep you on his side. That figures. He's a pretty sneaky guy.
Don't talk about my dad like that!
You get him.
I apologize. Please, calm down.
How do you know my father anyway?
I know everything. I know about your past, too.
Then tell me what's going on.
You don't know even that?
That's why I'm asking. If you know everything, then tell me how I can put an end to this.
Not yet. Why not enjoy yourself a bit longer?
Enjoy? I feel like I'm going crazy. Does this place get to you at all?
Oh, it gets to me, all right. I find it most fascinating. Wait! I'm not finished talking!
I knew you were on her side.
How do you figure?
There's something wrong with you, too.
Dang. Okay, let's talk about that scene real quick. Ooh, I love Vincent. He sucks. It's amazing how unlikable he is, yeah. So here's a few things that are interesting. Vincent is taking the place of Dr. Kaufman from Silent Hill 1, a character who shows up in the beginning, is immediately unlikable, and fucks things up. Clearly related to the cult in some way, but not in a way that you really understand right away. He knows who Claudia is, he knows who Dahlia is, and is not really willing to tell you. I love his little mannerisms. He's so cowardly, he's so petulant, wait a minute, I'm not done talking, but he's also, I know everything. He's like, of course you'll want to talk to me. I know what's going on. He loves having information and lording it over people. That's such a power play for him. That's what he loves. He's like, don't worry, I'll mansplain it. He is kind of a Redditor, yeah. But here's what I find interesting. When Harry meets Dr. Kaufman, Kaufman nearly shoots him. Harry says, what is going on here? And Kaufman goes, I don't have time to get into it, and then leaves. And Harry's like, but wait a second. What? Wait. Whereas we see the opposite going on here. Heather is only too happy to get the fuck out of this room. Whereas Vincent really wants to talk. He really wants to talk all day about all the things he knows. However, he's also aware that if he tells you everything, you won't need to talk to him anymore. As long as he keeps some information from you, or pretends that he does, he's got that over you. That's his leverage. That's his power. I love him. I love him. He's the worst. There's a junior high school chemistry book here. When you pour diluted hydrogen peroxide into manganese dioxide, oxygen is produced. Although oxygen will not burn on its own, it will help other things to burn. Good to know! Also, very interesting that this whole area around Vincent is relatively normal. Man, this is so good. Fucking imagery in this game. Silent Hill 4 is the scariest one, in my opinion. But oh my goodness. A matchbook. No more cigarettes for me. I quit for good. Heather, you're 17. Heather was a smoker until she saw a dare assembly at school. Yeah, she saw that dare lion. That's what happened to me. I saw that dare lion and I was like, I could fix him. Somebody's hungry. This game is so good. It's a direct lift from Session 9. That makes sense. There is a scene at the end of Silent Hill 1 when Alessa is in a wheelchair. Flame purifies all. By these remains may a person find the road to paradise. I've seen this picture before. No, wait. I've never seen it, but I do know it somehow. So the character in the middle there looks an awful lot like the final boss of Silent Hill 1 if you're going for the bad ending. Kind of an incubator vibe to her, surrounded by fire and what looks like people worshipping. When it says, by these remains may a person find the road to paradise, I really hate to think that Alessa was those remains. Mr. Bucket. Buckets of fun. Now, Heather, remember what happened last time you combined chemicals in a bucket, okay? Don't put your face in there. That's too many ears. What might this be? The rest of that fairy tale I read earlier? The priestess accepted the king's request and went to the village gates, but when she saw the monster, she tried to convince it with words instead of killing it. Shut up, you! I'm going to eat you up! The monster didn't listen to a word the priestess said, but she kept trying to convince the monster to give up. It's wrong to eat people, you know. What, like ontologically? Prove that. I don't want to challenge this. The monster grew very angry at this and attacked her, killing her with a single mighty blow. Famous anti-vor game. Silent Hill 3. The lamp's shining on some old silver coins I know I've seen before. I got one earlier, so I really shouldn't take any more. I mean, I'm no thief. I might act like one every now and then, though. It's just a bit of shoplifting. It's no big deal. Something written on the wall. Thus one's life turns to riches. What was a bag of silver coins is now the number in a book. Yet fate hath no price. Ah, but do people know this? Just a plain old vending machine. Someone selling canned drinks. Come to think of it, I am kind of thirsty. I'd feel weird drinking anything sold in a place like this, though. Yeah, no kidding. Why the hell is the key in the can? That's not the problem I've got with this. It's that they put the coins in the same room as the vending machine, which is convenient for me. But as far as puzzles go, not usually the way you do it. You usually separate those by a bit of distance. Tag that says L. Burton Life Insurance. Oh my gosh, I love this. Are they desks? And the legs are so long that they go underneath the floor? Oof. That's the end of that fairy tale. The king and his people shed tears at the death of the kind priestess. God took pity upon them, and granting their wishes, healed the priestess. The priestess opened her eyes, just as she had done every morning of her life. She went once more to the monster's lair. Fool, you wish to die again? No. This time, it's your turn. The priestess had come to defeat the monster once and for all. As the priestess was very, very kind, she felt sad about this task, but it had to be done. Swords and spears won't work. Arrows and bullets will just bounce off. You can't kill me, the monster laughed. But the priestess used neither sword nor spear. She chanted but a single spell. Tu fui ego eris. Do you know what happened then? The monster let out a huge cry and then died and vanished. Thus, the villagers were able to use their gates once more. Everyone lavished their gratitude upon the priestess, and they all lived happily ever after. And then the priestess was like, "Don't you think blondes have more fun?" Roll credits.
Tu fui ego eris. Weird writing. What was that?
Those slurpers are gone. Oh. And now it's gone. Tu fui ego eris means something like, as you are, I was, as I am, so you shall also be, right? I know the reason this works then. Basically, know you? No, it's a memento mori. It's the kind of thing you would see on a tombstone. The reason it worked is because the priestess died. What I was, you will be, which was dead. Thematically appropriate for what Heather is going through? Certainly. The priestess's death and rebirth is appropriately similar to what happened with Alessa and Heather, right? Heather is literally an immaculate conception. So you can see where the cult takes a lot of interest in her. Finally. Feels like we've been on our way to Heather's place for like a month. Harry's gonna shit when he hears this. Yeah, Harry. You will not believe the day we've had. Apartment 102. All right, we got some plot about to happen, and I have so much to say about it, and I'm gonna wait until after the cutscene's done.
Dad, I'm home. Listen, something really crazy's going on. I think we should... Dad? Dad? No! Did you do this?
You're late.
But why? Why?
Revenge for 17 years ago, for one thing. Not for him, our dream would have come true. And then he took you away from us.
I'll get you for this!
There is another reason. To fill your heart with hatred. It must be this way. One day you'll understand why.
No, I'll never understand!
You must try to remember me, and your true self as well. You will birth a god, and build an eternal paradise. He's the one who killed your father. I merely gave the order. So, what will you do? I'll be waiting where all begins. In the town of Silent Hill.
Okay. Whew. All right, let's talk about some things real quick. I'm so sad Harry's dead. I'm very upset. Ugh. All right. First of all, I do want to explain a little bit about what the nightmare is doing in this game, because there's a couple things we know for sure. In Silent Hill 1, the nightmare is caused by Alessa's psychic powers. In Silent Hill 2, the spiritual power of the town has been corrupted and is causing the nightmare to happen to people who are in it, right? But we know for a fact that none of those are the explanation for what's going on in Silent Hill 3. One, because we're not in the town of Silent Hill, and two, because Alessa's not around anymore. So, there is a question that is quite open, which is, how is the nightmare manifesting, and whose nightmare is it? And the answer is actually kind of complicated, but super interesting. The nightmares are clearly being influenced by Claudia. How is Claudia influencing the nightmare? She has a power that we only see in one other character in this series, and that's Dahlia. Claudia is able to exert some kind of control over the cult's god. And that's fascinating, because I think she's the first character and only character outside of the terrible comic books, let's not talk about it, who has some sort of control over the nightmare or the creatures in it. There's something that Claudia is doing that allows her to command this monster to kill people for her. Or was this person always a monster? Perhaps it was one of her followers and they're merely being seen, or they have transformed into a monster. Maybe because that's the way that Heather sees them. Maybe that's the way that Claudia sees them. I have very strong opinions about the way that I think Silent Hill works. I have expressed them in previous videos, and I'm going to say that this doesn't have an answer. This is actually, I think, an open question that is up to interpretation. Is this a person that Claudia is commanding who is being turned monstrous by the nightmare? Or is this a monster created by Claudia or Heather that Claudia is able to control? I think either are valid. The nightmare in this game is both the work of Heather, Alessa, and Claudia. Yes. Because the thing that Claudia has that exerts control over the way that the nightmare is, or the manifestation of the nightmare, is that she has a power of faith. Her belief in her own delusions is what grants her control in this sense. That's Claudia's power, is how much she believes this bullshit. Because you kind of have to. If it's the subconscious desires of your mind expressing themselves into the real world, then the more you believe in those, the more power you have over them, the more real you can make them. So there's elements of the nightmare that are obviously the memories of Alessa. There's elements of the nightmare that are Heather's own fears and subconscious, but also Claudia is able to give them form and direction because of how much she believes this. That's like a power that we have never seen a character in Silent Hill have before. And it's fucking cool. Claudia's super interesting. All right. I'm gonna fight the missionary now. I think shotgun would be appropriate. Look at him run. Look at how fast this guy is. Jeez. There we go. Kick. Yeah, this is a weird monster who seems to be wearing pants. Oh god, this music is so good.
I don't know what to say.
Then don't say anything. I'm fine, so just get out of here and leave me alone already!
Calm down.
Calm down? How am I supposed to do that? My father is dead! He's murdered! Get out! This is all your fault! If it weren't for you,
I'm sorry.
then go!
If it'll make you feel better, I will. Is he okay like this?
No, Douglas, I don't think he's gonna make it.
There's no one here to give him a decent burial. I'm sorry, Dad.
What do you do now?
I'm going to Silent Hill.
What's in Silent Hill?
I don't know.
Do you think it's safe?
Of course it isn't. I don't know what kind of hell is waiting for me there, but I've got no other choice. I don't care about God or paradise. If that's what she believes, then fine. But she won't get away with what she did. When I find her, I'll kill her myself.
Revenge doesn't solve anything.
Maybe not, but that's what I'm going to do.
How are you gonna get there?
None of your business.
I'll give you a ride.
I don't need your help.
Yeah, but it's too far to walk. Besides, I'm partly responsible for this. I'll bring the car around back. Come by and we'll finish saying goodbye.
You know, you might die too.
That's fine. Nobody's gonna cry over my grave.
I get what Douglas is doing here. Heather gave a voice to the things that Douglas was already thinking. This is all your fault. He's the one who led Claudia here, right? Who gave her Heather's address, who tracked her down. So he does feel responsible for this. And I'm sure part of him wants revenge too. Find that woman and make her pay. I promise I will. I wonder if my dad would be mad at me for thinking that way. And why did you have to die? You told me you were the strongest man in the world. Liar. Aww. I love Heather's room. Stun gun and some batteries? This is fun because if we examine it in our inventory... My worrywart dad gave this to me, just in case. Like, I'm so glad there's an explanation for this. That's cute. Is that a cat looking at the moon? What is that?
I just met some guy named Vincent.
Oh, that fucking guy.
He's a friend of yours, right?
I'm not sure.
He said when we get to Silent Hill to look for a guy named Leonard. And he gave me this map. What do you want to do?
We can't trust him, but we've got no other choice.
Here, take this too.
What's this?
Your father was holding it. It started raining. Are you sleeping?
I'm awake.
You cold? What's the deal with Silent Hill anyway?
That's the question, isn't it, Douglas?
But I'll tell you, that's one screwed up town. My line of work. You hear a lot of nasty rumors.
I was born and raised there.
Sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
No offense taken.
Anyway, I thought you grew up in Portland. What's wrong? Feeling sick?
My head's pounding like the worst hangover ever.
Maybe you're car sick.
No. I'm just trying to remember my childhood. Something terrible happened in Silent Hill 17 years ago. A woman named Dahlia. She tried to summon the ancient god of the town. She offered up her very own daughter.
That's crazy.
Maybe so, but it worked. The girl gave birth to a god. You see, that girl had special powers.
Powers?
Her classmates called her a witch. She could make things happen with her mind. She could kill people just by wishing for it. But in the end, that god was killed by a single person. My father, Harry Mason. I guess it wasn't much of a god if it could be killed by a human being. But I think Claudia's trying to do the same thing again. And I've been chosen as the sacrifice.
You've got some kind of power in you too?
After the god was killed, the girl reappeared. She was holding a baby in her arms before she died. She gave the baby to my father. He loved me just like I was his very own daughter. Even though he didn't know who or what I was. It was so sudden. I never had a chance to tell you how happy you made me.
I'm gonna head for that Leonard guy's house. You check out the hospital. You got the map, right?
Yeah,
You gonna be okay alone?
I'm not a child, you know. Are you sure it's not you who's afraid to be alone?
You're right. I am afraid. I'm 50-something years old. I ain't never seen nothing like this. I still feel like I'm dreaming.
More like a nightmare, I'd say.
Yeah. I want to wake up and have a smoke already. Meet me back here when you're finished looking around the hospital. Okay?
Roger.
So, this scene is so important because this game puts a lot of emotional weight for the way that Heather is on what happened to Harry. And how we feel about Harry is informed by this game and also the events of the first game. So if we haven't played the first game, we don't have nearly as much of an emotional investment in Harry himself, right? This scene is really, really good because it shows us how much Heather is thinking and feeling about this. It gives us, after that like boss fight, some time to deal with Harry's death, to sit with it for a while. For the pacing, it's incredibly important. There is also something really interesting that this game just did, and I don't think anybody noticed it. There's something that this game just omitted that makes everything that happens much more confusing. And that's that Douglas and Heather have a motel room. One of the big questions about these games are, hey, is this town inhabited or abandoned? And I come down on the side of this town is abandoned. I think that it was a sleepy little tourist town up until the events of Silent Hill 1, and then after SH1, it's been abandoned ever since. They could have just shown us a line of dialogue where they say, it's a good thing this room was unlocked, and it would have proven to us that this town was abandoned. Or they could have shown us them checking in at the front desk, or made a passing line of dialogue about that, and that would have confirmed that the town is inhabited. But the fact that they're just here now leaves it open, and how fucking frustrating is that? I love this game's commitment to not tell you. Someone must be paying the electric bill? Maybe. I mean, possibly. I don't know. The Lakeview Hotel, I know that place. Damn, look at these gas prices. $1.24 a gallon for premium? $1.17 for unleaded. I think these were actually relatively high for the time. I remember back in like 2003, 2004, gas was only like 70 to 90 cents a gallon. Once it hit like $1, that was outrageous. Everybody complained about it. Goggle. I find it interesting that running around in Silent Hill in SH3, your main enemies are goggos, those weird flying enemies that spin around a bunch. I find it very similar to the kinds of things you deal with in SH1. Yeah, get her. Holy shit. Heather has studied the blade. She's just Zandatsuing these nurses. So, I think if they had more development time in this game, they probably would have had us visiting Alchemilla Hospital, because Brookhaven doesn't have that much attachment for, like, Heather or Alessa. And none of the stuff that happens here is, like, necessarily contingent on it being Brookhaven. That said, I get it, because they had the assets. Medical record for someone named Leonard. Could this be the same Leonard that Vincent was talking about? Room S12, presenting mild audiovisual hallucinations, emotional instability, obsessive ideas. Suspect mild schizophrenia, will continue observation. Basically calm and cooperative with a strong sense of justice. However, according to reports, he becomes very violent when overexcited. The other one is for Stanley Coleman. Room SO7, usually passive and cowardly, also egotistical. Sometimes shows and acts on obsessive attachment to a particular woman. This has caused violent incidents. Use caution. Leonard is low-key one of the scarier characters in this game, IMO. I agree. This day has finally come. That's right, the day when you and I will meet. I was always thinking of you, here in this gloomy cell. I never even knew your name or face until today. But now I know. I know you're the one I've been waiting for. And haven't you been waiting for me too? That's why you came to rescue me. Oh, how I love you, Heather. I want to give you my prized doll I made to commemorate our meeting, the start of this everlasting love. Ah, I can already see your smiling face. Stanley Coleman. Creepy. Fucking creepy. Stanley is used very effectively. It's super uncomfortable. Disgusting. I won't touch that doll with a 10-foot pole. I love that. I love how she won't even pick it up. And also, oh, it's gone now. There was a doll here. It's gone now. The organization has me shut up in here. I do not know what that word means, with the capital O. They mean to break my will, to make me forget about all that. But I'll stay sane, even if they throw me in here with lunatics. How about if I stick this to the wall? That would be worthless. You can peel it off, can't you? With that junk those nasty wenches won't stop using. If a thing has no meaning, there's no reason for it to exist at all. Just as you exist for me. But why haven't you taken my doll with you? Ah, my gift must have embarrassed you. How cute you are, Heather. Stanley Coleman. There are lots of things stuck to the wall. Cookie, a toothbrush, a spoon, Christmas card, clock? Whoever it was probably used glue, but why do this in the first place? There's a key glued to the wall. I'll have to take it with me, but it's really stuck tight. Can't even pull it off. You may not yet have realized your own true feelings, but you sense them unconsciously. And so you're trying to get closer to me. That's a virtue. The path to paradise. If the door's locked, open it. Use the password for the prison gates. I've forgotten his name. Anyway, that quack hasn't posted. He should be here too. I mean, 4 numbers would have been good enough, but he kept on going. Isn't it a shame?
Stanley, dude, she's just not that into you.
Hell no! Isn't it a shame? I'm not there. Aren't you irritated? I long for you, but you're so cruel. Still, I want you, Heather. Stanley Coleman. This guy is such a fucking creep. I think Stanley is representative a little bit of like unwanted male attention. The player is given Heather's discomfort with being a object of sexual desire. This is weird and creepy and objectifying. I think what he's doing in the story is explicitly tying together the ideas of this sort of leering sexualization of women's bodies, something we see a lot of in the monster designs, and also a very visceral hatred of women as people. He lusts after women, but is disgusted by harlots. Yeah, very much so. And this game is very effective at communicating that to the player, you know? Yeah, he wants to give her a doll. It's both objectifying and infantilizing her because, like, yeah, a child would play with dolls, but also he sees women like dolls, right? They're objects. They exist for him, you know? Like, everything exists for a purpose. It's gross and it's creepy. And this game has a lot to say about femininity, particularly this kind of like teenage femininity. Obviously, no one would be flattered or interested in someone like Stanley because this is fucking creepy. But if you wanted to read into it this way, this could also lean towards Heather's asexuality, because I'm not sure Stanley is a real person. He's definitely not running around the hospital leaving these notes for us if he ever was a real person. So it's very possible that what Stanley is external manifestations of Heather's own internal anxieties, right? Things that make Heather uncomfortable, things that she fears, things that are in her head, you know? There's a typewritten memo posted here. What's this supposed to mean? The first is larger than the second twice the third smaller than the fourth is half the first. 4 of the numbers are not repeated, 3 are not in the top row, 2 are not in the right row, 1 of the numbers is the final key. All right, I'm gonna write this down real quick. It helps me figure out these puzzles if I write it down as an equation. Okay, so the code is A, B, C, D. The first is larger than the second, so A is greater than B. And we know A, B, C, and D are all different integers. The second is twice the third, so B is equal to 2C. Third is smaller than the fourth, so C less than D. And the fourth is half the first, so D is equal to 2A. 3 are not in the top row, so there's only 1 in the top row, and 2 are not in the right row. 1 of the numbers is the final key, so we repeat 1 of them for the last digit. So, if 2 of them are not in the right row, then 2 of them are, and 3 of them are not in the top row. So, A would be our largest, because it's larger than B, and it's 2 times D, which also means it's even. So A, probably something like 8 or 6. If it's 8, then D is 4. C is less than 4, but twice B. No, B is twice C, right? B also has to be even. So if B is less than 4, then it would be 2, but then that would repeat. No, wait, B is 2 times C, so C would be 1. Okay, so C has to be the smallest digit, 1, 2, or 3. B is 2C, so that eliminates 1. So C is either 2 or 3. That means... oh, D is 2A. A is larger than B. B is 2C. A is smaller than B. Okay, B is 2C. So that would be... there we go. 8, 6, 3, 4. 8 is larger than 6. 6 is twice 3. 3 is smaller than 4. 4 is half of 8. 8, 6, 3, 4. Ah, perfect. So, Let me explain how this works on hard, because, oh boy. So on hard mode, the puzzle describes a face consisting of eyes and cheeks and lips and a nose and a chin, and then it's doing things like gouging out an eye with a thumb, which is implying that you should press the button that corresponds with where the eye would be on this face. And it's this whole long story about really messing up someone's face. It sounds easier than math. You would think so, but the way that the puzzle is arranged is very confusing when you're talking about things like cheeks and ears, like what order those go in. And this is compounded by, I believe, one of the writers for the translation of this game, who was given very little information on these puzzles, was just told that there was a keypad and assumed that it was laid out like a telephone, in which case 1, 2, and 3, and 7, 8, and 9, and then 0 would be at the bottom. It was a little bit mixed up in translation, resulting in some weirdness. I believe the nose is lower than the lips. Somehow that got mixed up. It was very strange. The hard mode puzzles in this game are very unfair. Do not love them. Cool. There's a medical record here. Could this be for the dead guy? Background unknown. Name, age unknown. Not admitted patient. Found in poor mental state on hospital grounds. Temporarily installed in room M4. Died late tonight from blood loss due to severed carotid artery. Was grasping own kitchen knife in right hand. Assume this was cause of neck wound. Possible suicide, but wound angle suspicious. Sent to second floor treatment room for further investigation. Have received no proof or corroboration of event from patient residing in same room. Have not notified police. However, for future necessity, leave victim's bed and effects intact. There's a man's corpse laid out on the stretcher. The hand sticking out of the sheet has something written on it. Tart my key? Oh, wait a minute. No, don't tart. No, no, stop it. No, these weren't instructions. No. The start time. It says start, not... No! Heckin'. The start time is my key. Start time. $8:30? Okay. 8:30. There was a tattooed guy on that rumpled bed. Not anymore, though. That alarm clock and filthy bag are his. Ah, but don't misunderstand. I haven't done a thing. I didn't hate him, though he was a liar. Shall I write something on my own? On my chest, since I can't cut it open to show you my heart? I love Heather. No, something a bit more forceful. I love Heather isn't enough for what I feel. Oh, what tender emotion this image brings. Really prefer you didn't, Stanley. I don't know if there's very many video games that really capture this. And I think part of what makes it so effective is that Stanley's not a presence in this game. Like, there doesn't need to be a confrontation with Stanley, the person, you know? Attaché case is locked. Cool. There's other games that try to capture this feeling of being vulnerable, of being stalked like this. Like Heavy Rain tries to do this in a couple places, because every time you play as the only female character in that game, you're getting attacked by some kind of predator, because David Cage has some fucking problems. And like, it doesn't capture the same feeling as this because it's so exploitative. Stanley is not a guy Heather can just beat up, partially because Stanley is in her head and partially because society is sometimes like Stanley. Exactly. There's a system of gender oppression that Stanley represents that is more than just a guy you can beat up. It's why people whose idea of fighting against like sexual abuse is, oh, I'm going to go kill that abuser or something like that. Or like, oh, that abuser should die in jail. or something are impotent and ineffective because sexual abuse isn't a guy that you can fight. You know, the thing that really creeps me out about Stanley, the worst part of it is when he's talking about doing things like cutting open his chest to show you his heart and things like that. What he's doing is trying to make Heather feel obligated. Like, oh, look at all that I'm sacrificing and all that I'm doing for you. You owe me. It's really manipulative in a way that's a little too real. Because it's like, Heather never asked you to do that. She doesn't want that. Stairwell key. Listen to the sound design for this. It's so good. There's like shell casings on the floor here. And you turn this corner, and I just really like this hallway. I think this is great. You know in Fallout when you go see a skeleton in a bathtub and it's surrounded by like empty medics and it's like, ooh, environmental storytelling. What's the story being told here? Where does the wheelchair come in? There's shell casings all around it too. I find this fascinating. Wild. Streaks of blood as if something got dragged are continuing onto the back of the shelf. No, it's more like they start from the back of the shelf. This puzzle, a little bit obtuse. I don't blame people for not knowing that you can just use the Polaroid camera here. Like, I get it. Is it a 9321 or a 9221? I think it's 9321. All right, that's all for the basement. Oh, another one. I also like the rooftop. It makes me want to fly. You too? Ooh, boy. Yeah, thank you. No, thank you. Oh, hey, this is the fence where, James took a tumble. Punishment for brutality towards patient. 12 hours confinement in the special treatment room. Dismissal policy no longer in effect. Contact the chief if you have any questions. So, solitary confinement is a form of torture and should be outlawed. It's bad, especially for a mental hospital. The trick is not to leave any marks. And one other thing. This looks like it was written by a different person. The chief is a pervert. Christy would have been better off if she had been fired. Flowing freely, your ebony hair like the night sky, scattering fragrance. Ebony. My heart clamoring in my chest like a storm. You trifle with it. Your pristine glance, like a feast when you smile. My thoughts disturbed, my breath like opium. It drives me mad. Eric, a great poet who conveys my feelings so well. I shouldn't have let this place get to me. Should never have gone crazy. But it's superbly enjoyable to drown in my love for you. He knows you're not a natural blonde. That's even creepier. It's really creepy, but he is also apparently quoting a poem, so maybe he doesn't, but maybe he does. I like the vagary of it. But why won't you accept proof of my love? Don't stand on ceremony now. After all, you and I exist as one. What I give to you is the same as what I give to me. Look, I'm giving you a doll. Won't you also give me a doll? You? A doll? I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy at all. Hey, also, pro gamer tip here, okay? Silent Hill 3 is going out of its way to teach us that if a really creepy guy offers you a doll, don't pick it up. Don't take it, okay? Whatever you do, do not. This will be important in Silent Hill 4. This is going to come back in Silent Hill 4, okay?
That just sounds like a Sonic PSA.
That's no good.
First, you say no. Then, you get out of there.
It's a magazine. Some kind of gossip magazine. Teaching Despair, Hope House. Hope House, an orphanage on the outskirts of Silent Hill, but behind its false image is a place where children are kidnapped and brainwashed. This document is going to show up again in Silent Hill 4, except they've retranslated Hope House to Wish House. Or just call it Hope Wish House, whatever. They're the same thing. Hope House is managed by the Silent Hill Smile Support Society. The Silent Hill S3 plan.
Sound like someone you know, Jack?
A charity organization sometimes called 4S. It's true that 4S is a well-respected charity that takes in poor children without homes and raises them with hope. But at its heart, it is a heathen organization that teaches its own warped dogma in lieu of good religious values. Mr. Smith, temp, who lives near Hope House, had this to say. Sometimes at night I can hear their weird prayers and the sounds of children crying. I went there to complain one time, but they ran me right out. Since then, it hasn't changed a bit. In fact, this reporter was refused admission when he attempted to take photographs in the facility. What exactly do the folks at Hope House have to hide? During my investigations, I was able to discover, however, a suspicious-looking round concrete tower, which appears to be part of their facilities. Unfortunately, no one was willing to tell us what the tower was used for, but it seems unlikely that it has anything to do with the business of raising orphans. It may, in fact, be a prison or a secret place of worship. The cult religion that operates Hope House is known by the locals simply as the Order. So, a couple of things. One, Silent Hill 3 and 4 were being made concurrently by two different teams. They basically split Team Silent in half and had each of them working on a different game. So they knew the lore for 4 when they released 3. So this is just a little hint, a little teaser for the other game they were working on. I really like Jeremy Blaustein. I think he's a cool guy. He was the English localization director for like Metal Gear Solid and Silent Hill 2 and this game, bunch of other stuff, like does a ton of work. I do not like this translation. Specifically this part here, the capitalization of the Order is something that was added in the translation that I don't really like, because it implies that there is more of a structure to Silent Hill's cult than I think actually exists. Like they've got a name or a brand or something like that. And I don't feel like that fits. I don't feel like that's the case. The Japanese version of this just calls it the cult or like the religious order, but it's not capitalized. It's not used as the noun. It's not a name. It's just, if you're in the organization, you don't need to refer to it. And if you're not in the organization, you shouldn't refer to it. It is the cult of Silent Hill. No capitals. It's just a cult that exists. I don't know why it bugs me, but the Order is just not a name that I enjoy. I don't like it. It's a religion that is deeply interwoven with Silent Hill's history, but its worshippers' fervent belief that they are among the elite chosen people has a dark and dangerous side. I intend to continue my investigation of Hope House and the cult behind it. I've always believed that telling the whole truth and showing the children the true path is our most important duty. Joseph Schreiber! Yo! It's Joey Shreebs! I love this guy. This is my favorite Silent Hill character. Joey Shreebs is the guy who oozes out of the ceiling and exposits. Yeah. Joseph Schreiber is the guy who... Hang on. Walter, the 21 Sacraments. You must kill him. Allow me to explain the plot of this game. That's what Joseph Schreiber is like. This is my Joey Shreebs impression. This makes me uncomfortable. Goodbye, Heather. I'm sorry I wasn't able to respond to your love. It's all over. Leonard despises me because I made fun of it, saying it would come to this. If it weren't for his meddling, I would have been able to meet you in just a little while. Then I could have taken you to my world. A world for us alone, more beautiful than this one. And I had been waiting for this day. For today. The day I'd see you. The day you'd save me. Today. Heather, watch out for him. Leonard is no ordinary guy. Farewell. I loved you. Heather, my goddess. Heather, my lover. Heather, my... So, Stanley says some weird shit, and I think a lot of it could be explained simply with the guy's a creep. The idea of Heather, I would have taken you to my world, is one that's kind of fascinating. Seems a little bit related to like the idea of paradise from the cult, but I don't know if he's a member of it. Okay, we're about to get a phone conversation that I find really interesting.
Hello?
Claudia.
No, I'm not.
Don't lie to me, Claudia. You're always trying to run from your responsibilities. Have you come to apologize? Or maybe you still don't realize how foolish you've been. The salvation of all mankind. What a ridiculous dream.
Wait, just listen to me for a second.
I've heard enough from you already. How did you turn out this way? Where did I go wrong?
Listen to me already. I'm not Claudia.
You're not Claudia.
My name is Heather.
Heather.
Who are you?
Leonard Wolf. I'm sorry. I thought you were my daughter.
Claudia is your daughter?
Oh, so you know her, do you? Are you one of her followers?
No, never. When I find her,
I can feel the hatred behind your words. The anger. You plan to kill her, don't you?
I'm sorry, but she killed my father.
She's a fool. But she's still my daughter. I was going to forgive her if she changed her ways. But I see it's too late. Heather, will you help me?
Help you?
I'm locked up in here, and I must stop Claudia.
Where are you now?
I'm not sure myself, but the door is at the end of the hall on the second floor. I think I can be of help to you. I have a seal. Please.
A seal?
More of a sea lion, really. His name is Howard. You'll love him. Don't you want to meet him? No! Dang it. Alright, here's the thing that I think I want to posit. One of the themes of this game is the way that hatred turns people into monsters. And not just people who feel hatred, but the people you hate appear like monsters to you. There's a stripping of humanity. Part of this game is about revenge, but also part of it is like demonizing people until they're no longer human in a metaphorical way, not necessarily in a literal one. That's the thing. Like, it's hard to hate a person. It's not easy to do. Sounds like a skill issue. I mean, it could be. But like, you know what I mean? Like, if you see someone as a person, it's not easy to hate them. You kind of have to turn them into a thing that they represent. Like, yeah, I could hate a landlord, absolutely. But like, I don't know. There's an element of that where I would have to conceptualize them as a landlord, you know? Well, that's new. Great ventilation in this hospital? Do you think that's what this is? Do you think we're in an air vent? Okay. Right. So, have y'all noticed that this is not the halo of the sun? This is the seal of Metatron. This is a big part of Silent Hill 1, and its purpose was to seal the god inside the town. Alessa was going to give birth to God. She was trying to spread the seal of Metatron around the town in order to either prevent its birth or prevent its escape from the town. And I think that this symbol was derived from a real occult symbol known as the Secret Seal of Solomon. A lot of Silent Hill's occult stuff is from actual sources. This picture, this one doesn't make my head hurt when I look at it, but I know this one. It must be...
Still has unusually high beat. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Why? What is keeping that child alive?
Poor Lisa. What the hell? Was I daydreaming? No, it was more like watching a video in a dark room. But that nurse, I know her. Lisa, who was so heavenly toward me in that hellish hospital room. She did get a little weird, though. God. Once again, we're given a room where we have this pulsating, like a heartbeat, but the way that it's muffled is like being inside a large organism, you know? It's almost like being in the womb. What a video game. Hi, Valtiel. Oh, this is the first time we get to see this guy. Just cranking it. Absolutely cranking it. So, it's dark, it's fleshy, it's pulsating everywhere. The music has become oppressive. All of this is uncomfortable and terrifying. I love this room. This is the hotbox room. There's these like curtains and there's this little wavy like heat effect going on here. I love it. In the HD version, they took out the blurry heat effect from this room. So now it's just a red room with some curtains in it. It's a really cool room though. I really like it. Slurpers are back. You ready for my favorite room in the game? I think this is a lot of people's favorite room. So all these like lines are going into the drain in the sink. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Oh, Heather? Alright, let's try to... The door won't open. I can't even make it budge. What the hell? Oh jeez. Oh, it's so panic-inducing. Sure, this is probably fine. Okay. Pretty normal now. Looks like an ordinary mirror. I love this. I love this. I love it. It's so good. I love it. Jeez. There's a dead body hanging from the ceiling. The blood dripping from it has totally filled the bucket set out below. Who would do this and for what? It's like a full-out bloodletting. Wonder who that looks like. I think they reused one of the dead body assets from Silent Hill 2, like the one watching the TV or the ones in the icebox. Again, this game took them 9 months to make. They had to release a game a year after Silent Hill 2, so... Look at this! Looks like something is on the other side of the glass. Kinda looks like a person. Smoky stuff makes it hard to tell for sure. Yeah, it sure do. This is another one of those instances, like in Silent Hill 2, that evokes not necessarily the feeling, but the sensation of watching scrambled porn. There's something going on in here that is taboo that we shouldn't be watching. It feels wrong. You know? Alright, enjoy this.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Oh, I forgot your name.
Who are you?
Oh, okay, thanks. Happy birthday, dear. Who are you? Happy birthday to you. Happy 31st birthday.
Is this Leonard?
That's the murderer's name, not my name. I'm not your beloved Stanley either. He's underground now. His new name is Number 7. But don't worry about that now. It's time to celebrate your birthday.
You've got me mistaken for someone else. Today's not my...
I'm not mistaken. Today is your 24th birthday. And I have a present for you. Which do you prefer? To give pain or to receive it? You can have the one you hate the most. Happy birthday to you!
But you're wrong. It's not my birthday.
He's not wrong. So, I really like this scene a lot. 1, this is not Stanley. 2, I really like the idea that this game has with birthdays. It's not only a day that you age, but also the day of birth. We need to talk about those ages. 31, 24. Find them kind of interesting. So, Heather here is 17 years old. During the events of Silent Hill 1, Cheryl was 7 years old, and Alessa was 14, because the incident happened when she was 7 years old, and Cheryl was born from that incident, right? If you add those together, Alessa right now would be 31 years old. Heather's age plus Alessa's age, 14 and 17. Cheryl would be 24, 7 and 17. So none of those are Heather's age, but they are Cheryl and Alessa's ages, which is kind of fascinating. Who the fuck is this? This is the first and last we hear from the happy birthday caller. They're never mentioned again. They're really just kind of weird.
4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42.
Oh, those are good numbers. I love those. This is one of so many things that's completely unexplained in this game. It's my interpretation that this voice is coming from Heather herself. Part of her is remembering, and this voice is a manifestation, like the monsters, like Lisa was. It's a part of her subconscious, part of her psyche that's leaking out into the real world, trying to give her more information as to who she really is, you know? Well, that's a baby crying. All right. Now, time to scoop up some of this blood. I want to point out, this is not the first time we have scooped a red liquid off of the floor of a hospital and into an inappropriate plastic container. Dr. Midkiff, please use extra caution with the patient in room 312. Should still have his religious freedom here in the hospital, but he shouldn't push his faith on others. I'm a victim too. Rumor has it he got here by stabbing someone over a religious dispute. Please be careful. R. Crosby. P.S. Looks like the rumor is true, according to the head nurse. Do you think he's a good person otherwise, though? Easy to deal with. Oh, that's a good noise. Ah, here we go. The world is teeming with unnecessary people. That's a bad outlook. I don't like that. I don't trust anyone who believes that. This is very useless eaters. Jeez. It's God's decision that I fight. As a knight of honor, as a protector of the seal, I sacrifice myself to the blood of criminals. Who wrote this? Some twisted individual, huh? See this and I want to ask him. So you think you're one of the necessary ones? But it seems like I've heard this protector of the seal business somewhere before. I like that Heather's teenage instinct is, oh, I could debate this guy, no prob. But also, I like that Leonard is kind of a shitty drawer. Like, he's not the best artist in the world. He's trying, though. He's really trying. His new name is number 7. Rest in piss, Stanley. 6, 5, 1, and 7. Should be another clue around here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 1, 7, 5, 6. Cool. Also, big flame purifies all energy going on with this furnace here. Cremated key. Strange place for a pizza oven. It really is. Happy first birthday. Cool. So that's not a message to us. Good stuff. God, I love this. Title is Lost Memories. Okay, so this is a book that also exists in Silent Hill 2 in the Greatest Hits edition, but the text is different. I think James just reads a different part of the book than Heather does. One characteristic mentioned only in rare documents and dying out in the modern age is that of the ritual sacrifice. Offering prayers, pierce a man's chest with a copper stake, drench the altar in the blood which spouts red from the heart, praise and to show loyalty unto God. In another sacrificial rite mentioned in the same book, the victim is burned alive. There is a more dignified ceremony in which prisoners and sinners were not allowed to participate. Only the clergy could be sacrificed. Similar to burning at the stake, no comparable rite can be found in religions practiced nearby. It may have some connection with the main deity being a sun god. Even though this religion extols redemption, it brings to mind a dark and cultish history. So, what does the sacrifice do? To praise and to show loyalty unto God. Okay, good enough. Just your usual structure. It's more like an altar of some sort. Lit candles, a knife, and is that blood I smell? Did they worship that picture or something in the picture? I don't think so. But I will say this altar is somewhat similar to the one underneath the antique shop in Silent Hill 1. Well, we've got a bag of blood. Don't especially want to carry it around with me. Oh, Heather, you made a mess. You spilled it everywhere.
Heather?
Yeah? Leonard, where are you?
Thank you.
Now I can finally leave here. Now Claudia's ridiculous dream is over. Well, I guess it's time to dispose of her. The salvation of all mankind. Ha! Why must we reward even the unbelievers?
Oh.
What are you talking about?
About our plans, of course. It's true that God is merciful, but first, one must be chosen.
Oh no, he's even worse.
Only we, who hearken to the voice of God, will be given the keys to paradise. Don't you think so, Heather?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and think whatever you want.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that I don't think the way you guys do. I don't want any part of that kind of paradise.
You're an unbeliever. You deceived me.
I didn't deceive you. We were both just wrong about each other. I thought you were a normal person.
So you tried to trick me so you can run off with my seal, eh? Heretic! You plan to destroy God!
I told you I wasn't trying to trick anyone. What is this seal thing anyway?
Don't play innocent. You can't fool me anymore. The seal is mine! I was appointed by God to be its guardian! The only thing you'll get from me is a gruesome death.
Leonard? Is that you?
Death to all who turn their backs on God!
Is every person here a mental case? Well, I guess you're not a person anyway.
Damn, get him, Heather. Heather has had it with these boomer cultists, for real.
Literally rest in piss, Leonard.
Good timing.
Leonard's not here anymore. I guess I should head back to the motel now. I hope Douglas is okay. Huh? What's this?
Seal of Metatron.
Why did you send her to my father?
Was that wrong?
It's your fault that he...
Oh, but surely it's a good thing. It means he was one of God's beloved, no?
Those who mock God will never receive salvation. You'll go to hell, Vincent. You'll never feel the joy of God's everlasting paradise.
And you think God is going to save you? Ha!
What do you know anyway?
I know about the pleasures of this world. And I want to find my happiness while I'm still here. You hated your father, didn't you? I saw the way he hit you, kicked you, and made you cry. The memory of his cruelty is forever burned into my mind.
Yes, yes, and that's why we need God.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone.
You don't understand. None of you do.
Okay, now we can talk about Leonard. There's two characters in here who appear to us as monsters, one of whom is the missionary, whom Heather hates because he killed her father, right? And the other is Leonard, who Claudia hates, according to Vincent at least, if we take his word for it. And I think that's part of this game's theme of revenge. We're out to fight Claudia to get revenge for Harry's death, but we also see the way that people are being turned into monsters through our perception of them. That not only the world can be changed by the subconscious, but that people could too. And I don't think that's the case in every instance in this game. I don't think most of the monsters in this game are peoples, except for the targets of this intense hatred. And I think that's part of what Claudia's doing, because when she kills Harry, she says, there is another reason to fill your heart with hatred. She sees that hatred as a tool for shaping the nightmare. It gives intention to what's normally the subconscious. It's aiming her own faith as a weapon. It is sort of an open question as to what the fuck is going on with Leonard, but he's a really fascinating example of something that just doesn't have an easy explanation in these games, you know? Even as a cultist, Vincent is still a corrupt version of a priest? Yes. And it's why he's a good analog for Dr. Kaufman, who was basically using the cult to sell drugs to tourists. You know, he was opposing Dahlia, but for the totally wrong reasons. The same way that Vincent is opposing Claudia, but again, for the totally wrong reasons. So, in this next cutscene, I want to pay attention to one specific thing that Vincent does, and it's the moment where he is exerting power over Heather because he has information that you don't, and he decides to make a joke out of it, and he thinks he's so funny he can't even make a noise. It's this little moment where he does this like silent laugh, and God, I hate this guy. He's so punchable. Stuff he says like, it proves he was one of God's beloved, no? Is like, oh my God, this guy needs to be shoved in a locker.
Where's Douglas?
He went out, but he left a message for you.
Was there someone else here just now?
Oh, no, just me. Don't you want to know what the message is?
Yeah, what did he say?
The church is on the other side of the lake.
Church? I wonder what he meant by that.
You don't understand? That's where Claudia is. Across the lake. On the north side. If you're going, you better go through the amusement park. It's probably the only way in now. Go northwest on Nathan Avenue. It's a bit far, but closer than heaven.
Thanks. Douglas really said that?
What's wrong? You don't trust me?
Fuck no. Oh God, he's so hateable. Oh my God. A very deserved sarcastic thanks. But yeah, there's little things that Vincent does with his face when he thinks he's being like so funny. He's relishing in that level of power that he has because of the things he knows, you know?
Cut to Vincent doing the Birdly smirk.
Basically kind of that. So, fascinating idea here. We're supposed to be heading towards a church. The only church in Silent Hill that I know of is the one in Silent Hill 1, which going through the amusement park would get you there, I suppose. But, yeah, we'd have to go through Lakeside and then through the sewers to get there. So I don't know if that's the case. Tummy ache survivor Heather. Oh. I feel like I had a dream about this place. Oh boy, another one of them closers. Closers. To the souvenir shop. the roller coaster key. Okay, I like this part. So, here's what's cute about this one. One, we played this scenario at the beginning of the game, where you just jump off these tracks, and then you see the little light in there that's green, it turns red, and then we get hit by a roller coaster. So they're cluing us in to the solution of this puzzle from the beginning of the game when they have that little section there. But also, there's a lot of setup for this because there's a lot of sections in the subway where you can get hit by a train. So, we could turn the roller coaster off. There we go. Then we should be nice and safe, even if we're in the danger zone. Motherfucker. Way to go, Heather.
I hired you to find the girl, and you performed serviceably. What is it now?
You lied to me about Heather, lady. I don't like being used.
Lie? What lie?
That Heather was kidnapped from you.
But it's true. She was originally one of us. That man, Harry Mason, stole her away and kept her hidden from us.
Yeah, but she says she was happy.
She was brainwashed by him, deceived, because her true self had not yet awoken. She carries God within her. But when Alessa, Mother of God, truly awakens...
Yeah? What's gonna happen?
She will usher in the eternal paradise.
What kind of place is that?
A place with no pain, no hunger, no sickness, no old age. There will be no greed or war, and all will live by God's grace alone.
No this, no that, no nothing. A paradise? For castrated sheep, maybe. Sounds pretty boring.
I pity you. You still don't understand. You're going to kill me? Is it really so easy for you?
I've done it before.
Then I truly do pity you.
How good is that interaction? Oh my god. They both get some rad one-liners in there. So, an eternal paradise is what the cult in this game is trying to bring about, right? Presumably in the first game, too. One of the reasons that I believe the cult's god is not a real thing, that I believe the cult is wrong, is because if they're right, and the birth of God will bring about an eternal paradise with no war or pain or conflict or old age or disparity or like anything, isn't it kind of objectively bad to stop them? Like, I feel like they have to be wrong, because otherwise almost anything they do in service of bringing that about would be a moral good, you know? Douglas's argument against it is that it would be a world without conflict, therefore a world without anything interesting, right? But I think there's another one, and that's the cult is wrong, and their god doesn't exist. I think that that has to be the case. And to make the narrative, because stopping them is objectively correct. Alright, are we ready for the Borley Haunted Mansion? I love the Borley Haunted Mansion so much. It's a haunted house narrated by somebody doing an incredibly serviceable impression of Vincent Price. It's cheesy as hell, but it's also a really good microcosm of everything that's going on in the game. It's a really good bite-sized sampling of how this game treats the idea of answering questions from Silent Hill 1. Ooh, spoopy. I love the idea of making a game that's this scary and this tense, putting you in an environment that is actually scary, and then having you walk through an environment that's trying to be scary in a way that is more kitsch. Like, nobody's gonna walk in here and be scared of gravestones and pumpkins, but like, it's really fun to see this environment being contrasted with the real horrors that we've been experiencing this whole time, right?
Welcome to the Borley Haunted Mansion. We're so glad you came. Please come inside and look around. When you feel you're ready, then go through the door.
I love him! Oh my god. He's really doing a pretty serviceable Vincent Price. Please don't get too scared by this guy's performance. Oh yeah, don't worry. The mansion is perfectly safe.
Help! Help! Do you hear those voices? A family of 4 was sliced into bloody pieces in this room. The cries of the children. The murderer was caught. Do you know why he said he killed his family? Because I felt I had to! Anyway, I'm lying. It's all just a joke. I wanted to scare you, that's all. The truth is, only one person died by suicide.
How good is this? Because, okay, the haunted mansion is a lie. It's set up so that it would scare people because it's an amusement park ride. It's supposed to be theater. It's pretend. But, so that whole family murder thing was just made up? But if that's true, then how do you explain all the blood in this room? Could it be that the guy who committed suicide really did kill a bunch of people? How could I be so stupid? This is a haunted mansion. Of course it's all made up. What was I thinking anyway? Is all this blood fake? Probably. Right? Here's a thing that I love. This room is supposed to be about the guy in this chair. Probably.
That's Danny. A quiet young man, but quite friendly as you can see. He was so eager to meet you. His hometown is New Orleans, but he came here after first losing his way. Oh, maybe you might know. Where is the path to heaven?
So lines like, "Where is the path to heaven?" resonate with Heather because of what we've been told earlier. But here's my question. Who's Danny? Is it the guy in the chair? Or is it the guy hanging from the ceiling? Which part of this was meant to be pretend for the purpose of the haunted house? And which part of this is being influenced by the other world? What can we actually believe? Because the person who's talking to us, the narrator, is obviously lying, not just because he lied in the previous room, but because it's a haunted house. They're supposed to lie to us. We expect that they're telling us a spooky story that's not true. So we can't believe anything the narrator says, but we also can't, entirely believe things in the environment, because some of them are real and some of them aren't. It's real. This is a real dead body hanging here. I don't think they meant for this to be a part of their attractions. Who would have done this? It's just a doll sitting in a chair. Is Danny the doll, or is Danny that hanging thing? Whatever, no biggie. See, this is what makes it a perfect microcosm of the rest of the game, is that we're being told things by someone who we know is lying to us and being presented with obvious contradictions that don't have an easy answer. Silent Hill 3 is all about these moments. It's so good. You can sit here and just think about this haunted house for ages. Now here's my other question. If this haunted house was working as intended, shouldn't we go past this guy and through the door that's behind him? So if we go through this door, we should wind up backstage. This is labeled as an exit. So we should actually wind up in a fire escape, and the haunted house parts should stop.
This mansion is quite old.
But that's not the case. There's more narration. There's more haunted house.
So please watch your step. Sometimes the floor suddenly gives way, and beneath the floor, there's nothing.
This doesn't seem like an exit. Also, I love the camera pointed down at the floor.
I'm so sorry. This place is just falling apart.
And then it turns out it's the opposite.
It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you.
This is so fucking cute. Ugh. Yeah, then he apologizes for not killing it, which is just great. God, I love him so much. This is absolutely one of my favorite sections of the game.
I hope you enjoyed your tour. Please come back anytime, or if you'd prefer, we could come and visit you instead.
Ooh.
That was supposed to be the exit, but it seems that no one wants you to leave. Everyone really likes you.
Oh.
They want you to stay with them forever. I have to agree with them. Don't be afraid. Dying is much easier.
I love that killer light. Also, I believe we're now on the ceiling? Uh-oh.
Why did they name a toy company after this Fisher-Price fellow?
Ah!
Killer light, as seen here, and in Silent Hill, Downpour.
Yeah, but the one in Downpour is so lame. Anyway, so that Borley Haunted Mansion bit is one of my favorites. It's so good. I just love it. No time to start playing around with stuff like this. Oh, but they do look really cool. Door doesn't seem locked, but I can't open it. Could it be rusted? Not strong enough to budge it no matter how hard I pull. There's gotta be a way. Alright, let's get this thing on the road. Lift off. Tear the handle right off. You know, Heather, for future reference, I think I would have wrapped the chain around the bars and then hooked the chain to itself. Because, like, the chain and the handle are both weak points that are going to break off. Like, you want to find the most solid part of the thing. I don't know.
Douglas!
You're late.
Are you hurt?
I can't move my right leg. I think it's broken.
I'll call an ambulance.
What? I don't think one will come. Don't worry. I'm used to it.
You old fool! Getting yourself hurt like that?
Sorry.
Why did you have to do that for me? What'll I do if you die?
What'll we do if this god thing gets born?
Come on. How powerful could a god from a dump like this be? I'm sure it'll be no big deal.
Yeah, but anyway, something's gonna happen.
Who knows? Maybe we'd all be better off if it did.
But if this is how God of Mercy acts, I don't want to see any more of him. That's a pretty good reason to risk my life, don't you think? Plus, I'm just an old fool, right?
You think you're Superman or something?
You know, I always wanted to be him. Besides,
Yeah.
I want to help you out.
You don't have to feel responsible. I know it's not your fault.
You remind me of my son.
You said nobody was going to cry for you.
Dead people don't cry. Stupid kid got himself shot robbing a bank.
But why?
Maybe because his pop was a penniless good-for-nothing. Who knows? Anyway, now I guess I'll never find out. Sorry. I shouldn't have said you reminded me of a guy like you.
Well, maybe if you had compared me to your daughter. Listen, I'll take care of the rest. You stay here and I'll be back when it's over.
Be okay by yourself.
Hey, no problem. Besides, my dad's not around anymore, so only I can do this. What are you doing?
Maybe killing you here is the only way to end this nightmare.
Yeah, you might be right.
The way that the game uses depth of field, switching between Douglas's lines and Heather's, is so strong. The fact that they could do that on PS2 is a goddamn miracle. I love it so much. They say how he heard is like, no, it seems to be implied that it was in a fight with Claudia somehow. Or maybe some of Claudia's followers? Unclear. Oh, Robbie. Client, Claudia Wolf, request searching for then infant Alessa Gillespie, kidnapped by man named Harry Mason. No word from police, kidnap location unknown. So this is Douglas's journal. Old Silent Hill newspaper article. Alessa Gillespie 7, dead in fire. Links to current case? To be investigated. Priority low. Using alias Heather. Neighbors do not know real name. What is she hiding? So, if you examine this from your inventory, there's more. According to records, 24 years old. Client says looks 17. Plausible? Lived in Portland till 12 years ago. Got wrapped up in a murder case. Harry shot suspect. Justifiable self-defense, so no punishment. Moved away immediately after started to use alias. Harry killed a guy. Apparently no connection with the criminal, just some occult freak. Slightly off from way back. Originally from Silent Hill? So a cult member attacked Harry. Interesting. I haven't seen a lot of theories about that. I'm like, I mean, we all assume that Kaufman died in the fire in Silent Hill 1. But like, do we know that for sure? I don't know. Probably unrelated. Oh, I love that you can see there's one of the little straitjacket things under the ground. Ooh. It's a Cinderella doll. Pop your grippers right in there. Interestingly, I believe that Snow White and Cinderella are two of the music boxes you use in a puzzle at the end of Silent Hill 2. They do also seem to be things that Alessa would be interested in. What do we have here? There's photos on the ground. What is this? These photos of those dolls? Cinderella on the left and Snow White on the right. Something's wrong. I'm sorry, Heather, I already solved the puzzle. Trager? Oh no, there's a dragon guarding that Trager. It's the dragon that guards the treasure chest. It's just a prop and not scary at all. I mean, yeah, kinda, I suppose. It's kinda cute. Alright, this is one of my favorite pieces of continuity because both Heather and Harry visited the amusement park. It's one of the few places that's returning from Silent Hill 1. And if we look here, we can see one of Harry's save files. These are the little notebooks that Harry left notes in Silent Hill 1 in order to save the game. And we can see that he left notes. Dolly is the one who said that girl was a demon, that she took my daughter for a sacrifice. But it's not totally believable. I mean, appearances can be deceiving. That's what the game's about! Woo! When I saw that photo in the hospital basement, I thought that girl looks like Cheryl. Is that why I feel this way? Something's not normal anyway. Nothing good will come of this, but I just can't think of her as a demon. Is it my imagination, or do I actually feel sorry for her? Why do I feel like she's looking for someone to help? Cheryl's what's important to me. Everything else can wait until I've gotten her back. There's a date and a signature at the end. Dated some 17 years earlier and signed by Harry. Dad? I also want to point out a really important thing about Silent Hill here, and that's that they do not give us dates. That's an important thing. Sometimes we get years, but it's like, oh, it was this many years ago. But I think it's important that these games don't have dates because they take place in quote-unquote present day.
Silent Hill has no dates, just like me.
Aww. Those horses do be on meat hooks, though. Okay. Such a weird fucking set piece. I know. It really is. Yeah, you gotta kill the meat horses before the horse farts kill you. So, obviously, there is an homage here to the way that we fought Sybil on probably this same carousel. There's a memo pinned to the horse's side with a huge nail. When 13 turns count 4, you will die from their curse. If you wish to escape, there is but one way out. To kill before you are killed, you will be saved by the 12th death. What a weird game. So, let's talk. What we've got here is a boss which is called the Memory of Alessa. It's Heather, but with black hair, all goth.
Now dig on this.
The reason is probably because if Alessa was allowed to grow up, she probably would have wound up looking like Heather. Maybe if they had more development time on this game, they might have made her look a little more Alessa-like, but this works too. This is just fine, because that's what this is supposed to be. Now, I have an interesting question, I think. What happens to Alessa at the end of Silent Hill 1? Because she hands Harry the baby, and then that's the last we see of her. So it's very possible that she just dies there, right? I suppose it's also possible that for the last 17 years, she, or at least her body, has been trapped here in the nightmare version of the amusement park where we saw her last. It's possible that by returning to this place, what we're seeing here is what remained of Alessa. So it might be the memory of Alessa, our self from inside us, but it could also be the Alessa that was here. I think it's equally possible either way. Yeah, there's something really cruel about Alessa being stuck in the amusement park. Yeah, no kidding. So, I don't know if I believe that that's true. I think that this is a manifestation of Alessa that is coming out of Heather. It's being made from Heather's memory of being Alessa, right? The same way that, like, Lisa was Alessa's memories of the nurse Lisa. I think that's what we're looking at here, but I do want to open the possibility of alternate interpretations, because I think that they're kind of cool. This fight obviously has a lot of parallels to the fight with Sybil, especially because this is part of the game where we meet up again with the cop character from the beginning of the game, just before this scene. We got to see Douglas, who pointed a gun at us, the same way that Harry meets up with Sybil again at the end of the game. She points a gun at him. I think that's an intended parallel. she disappears. Comes back with a gun! Also, I love the way they changed the horses here. The way they're all twitchy and weird. Oh, it's great. I love it. Kick her when she's down! It would be better for myself to die. After all, it's nothing to be afraid of. That child, that demon, when I think of the endless pain it will bring when it's birthed, I decided that instead of the suffering and cruelty I endured in that sick room, that I would like to bestow a more gentle and peaceful death on myself. Why do I resist? I never thought of myself as such a fool. Alessa. Guess it's kind of strange for me to call you that since you are me, but you know what? You and I don't think alike after all. It's not that I don't remember that sick room either. Stained by the evils of this world, we hold our sorrows within us. Only you can heal these wounds. Each morning, afternoon, evening, and night we call out your name and pray for the day of the miraculous descent. Now this one's not written by Alessa. I think it's written to Alessa. I give to you unreservedly my body and my eternal soul. Whatever darkness may befall me, I will endure with you beside me. As proof of your miraculous power, guide our obedient and willing souls to the road of paradise, O Lord. We will not give in to the power of temptation as long as we have you in our hearts. O Lord, save us with your compassion. O Lord, shower us with your blessings. O Lord, favor us with your abundance. I think Heather has to be some kind of queer, because the plot of this game is attacking and dethroning God. Like, this is what we're setting out to do, right? There's something written on the door. This door is the gate which leads to the road to paradise. Embrace the bosom of the Holy Mother. Admit your sins and be forgiven. Eternal tranquility can be yours.
How did you get here? It was Vincent, wasn't it? He led you here. When will he cease his meddling? But it's just as well. Luring you here also serves my purposes.
Checkmate.
Yeah, get her!
The time is not yet at hand. The time when all will be forgiven their sins. When the paradise we have long dreamed for will arrive. After the judgment and atonement, an eternity of bliss. Oh, Alessa, the world you wanted is nearly here.
That's not what I want.
Not you, Alessa. Your true self.
But I am Alessa. My little Claudia, my dear sweet sister.
Alessa, is it you? Oh, how I've missed you.
I don't need another world. It's fine the way it is.
But you said it yourself. The world must first be cleansed with fire.
But that's not what I want now.
Alessa, don't you want happiness? Have you become blind to all the hopeless suffering in the world? We all need God's salvation.
Listen, suffering is a fact of life. Either you learn how to deal with that or you go under. You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father.
I wish only for the salvation of mankind. But for that to happen, the world must first be remade. And for that, we need God.
You self-righteous witch! No one asked you to help!
What's growing within you? You despise me, don't you?
You're damned right I do!
That's good.
It's the hatred that Heather feels for Claudia that's causing God to grow. I love that her thought is, when met with deception, to deceive in turn. It's so good. Heather creating this little lie and pretending to be Alessa is amazing. What a good idea. Good job, Heather. People are fucking lying to you all the time. So where do you think this church actually is? So that's a good question. I think that sometime in the 17 years after Silent Hill 1, it's possible that some members of the cult returned to the town. I think the town of Silent Hill has a population of like 5 to 10 at any given time, but that they all go home at night and it goes down to 0. You know what I mean? Like, I think the cult visits Silent Hill. I don't know if any of them actually live here, per se. That said, where the fuck is this church? Is this connected to the amusement park? How did they build this? Where did they build this? Why did they build this? It's definitely underground. I mean, possibly, but it looks like there's light coming in through those windows. So... All right, let's talk. Let's do it. Let's get some lore. Okay, here's the thing that I want you to know. Anything that we see in this church is propaganda. Everything in here talking about the cult is the cult talking about itself. Okay? Every single thing in here should be questioned because it's all indoctrination into the cult. We're going to learn a lot about them, but I want you to question the sources of every single one of these things, okay? I really want you to question this. So, let's learn about the creation of the world. Origin. In the beginning, people had nothing. Their bodies ached and their hearts held nothing but hatred. They fought endlessly, but death never came. They despaired, stuck in the eternal quagmire. In the beginning, everything fucking sucked. I find that interesting. That's a good origin myth for a religion, because most, I would say a lot of, origin myths start from a place that was good, actually. Like, for instance, the biblical Eden was pretty rad. When God made stuff, it was kind of awesome. And then things got bad, right? Boith. A man offered a serpent to the sun and prayed for salvation. A woman offered a reed to the sun and asked for joy. Feeling pity for the sadness that had overrun the earth, God was born from these two people. Now, this is fascinating from a religious perspective because instead of God creating the world and mankind creates God. God is born from people. What is the sun going to do with a snake? Great question. So, why a reed and a snake and the sun? Well, the sun, one of the most common deities in all religion. The sun is super important. It's a really big, bright object. Everybody's going to look at that thing and be like, that's gotta be a god, right? So what does the reed represent? In the culture of several First Nations peoples, a reed, because it's hollow, is used as a portal between, I'm going to say realms or worlds, but it is sometimes seen as that sort of thing. But it's often seen as a sign of fertility in life because it grows near water and silt. Pretty common imagery. For example, in the Bible, Moses is found in a patch of reeds. The reed is sometimes referenced as a metaphor for the fragility, but the stability of humanity, like the resilience of them. The snake, on the other hand, I want to talk a little bit about Aztec myth. In Aztec myth, the snake is often related to the rain because the rattle of a snake and the pounding of rain against the ground, there's a lot of similarities there. There's also, like, some of the gods of rain or weather involve fire snakes. Lightning is a snake of fire, things like that. So for the Aztecs, in order to bring about rain, they use a rattle staff, which is, similar to the rattle of a snake. I think it's called a chicahuitzli. My pronunciation of Nahuatl is going to be very bad, and I apologize in advance. But it's a staff with a rattle on it, and it's pounded into the ground in order to fertilize it. To make the ground fertile, you have to pound it. You have to plow them fields, okay? The obvious implication was not lost on the Aztecs. I would like to present to you, one second, here we go. Here's some Aztec art of a couple under the covers, and right in the middle here you see one of these rain staves. And guess what the fuck they're doing?
And that's how we got Lucha underground.
Of course. I think that what we're looking at here is penis and a vagina. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about birth. We're talking about sex. Humanity, until this point, only had suffering and pain and hatred. And this is the existence of sex being invented. Okay? I think that's what this is. If you want to take the opposite approach to it, I brought a biblical, I brought an Aztec approach. What if we reverse them? The biblical implication of the snake, I mean, obviously the most well-known snake in the Bible is the serpent, the deceiver in Genesis, which, by the way, probably not the devil. That was fan fiction. That was basically popularized by Milton, and biblical fan fiction became something that people believe. Anyway, fan fiction being believed canon, more likely than you'd think. It happens in the real world. It happens in the real world. So there is one other piece of Aztec lore that I want to talk about, and that's, okay, forgive me, let me give it a shot. Chalchihitlicue. Goddess of water, mistress of lakes, rivers, and seas. One of a group of Aztec rain gods, often seen holding a rattlestaff. And I just want to point out, part of my research points out that she presides over the day of 5 serpent and 1 reed. I don't know if this is important, just want to point that out. Anyway, I think what we're talking about here is sex. That's what I was getting at. Salvation. God made time and divided it into day and night. God outlined the road to salvation and gave people joy, and God took endless time away from the people. So, I think it's interesting that this religion has a God that invents time after humanity has already been created. But I find it interesting that one of the things that God gave to humanity is taking endless time away, giving them death. That is a boon upon humanity to ease their suffering. If I had to live forever, I'd be pissed. That's the impression that I get. Creation. God created beings to lead her people in obedience to her. The red god, Shukilbara. The yellow god, Lobselvit. Many gods and angels. Finally, God set out to create paradise, where people would be happy just by being there. Okay, let's talk about this. First of all, here's where I'm going to get mad, because this has been a point of much speculation, and we're going to talk about this. So, red god, yellow god, Shukilbara, Lobselvit, and I pronounce it that way because that's the closest I can get to, I think, what it's supposed to be. Although Lobselvith is probably closer to what it was written as in Japanese, which is bis, because there's not a V-TH sound. Japanese. Can I go to the bathroom for an hour? No, hold it. A lot of theories online have pointed to the red god and yellow god as different figures in the Silent Hill games. Voltael, or Alessa, or the god, or Baphomet, Samael, Pyramid Head, and I'm here to give you an answer. I know what it is. I figured it out. I'm sure that you've heard online that Lobselvith is taken from Mayan and means a bad vessel of flesh, or a bad cycle for flesh. Something like that. Now, what do we know of that would be a vessel of flesh? Some sort of container, either made of flesh or that contains and grows flesh. Something that might be, of the yellow bile. Next, we have Shukilbara, which is supposed to be Aztec, meaning a flower spear. In Aztec culture, flowers often quite related to fertility, to pollination, to sex. And if we think of a spear that is used in sex, what are we thinking of? Obviously, I believe that the red god and yellow god represent the uterus and the penis. These are not subtle images. These are things that God created so that mankind could be happy and procreate. She gave them time, death, and sex. This is what the game is about. Now I got a question for you. Do you remember when I told you that we need to consider every piece of this church suspect? And I got a question for you. Where do those translations come from? Where'd you get that translation? Because, I got a question. Is that what those words mean? Now, if I go on Silent Hill Wiki, it says that Lobselvith means a bad vessel for flesh in Mayan. What Mayan are we talking about? There's like 20 different Mayan languages. Are we talking about Yucatec Mayan? I mean, that's the most common one, but which Mayan do we mean? I got a problem with this. The V and the TH sound don't exist in any existent Mayan. Those aren't sounds that can happen in the Mayan language. They have a W, which is interchangeable with the V, but there's no TH sound. So, what is this? What are we talking about here? Hey, Shukil-bara means a flower spear, right? Because Shukil is definitely like an Aztec or a Nahuatl word that relates to flowers, but like bara is a weird one because the B sound doesn't exist in Aztec. So where's this information from? Where the fuck did they get this from? What the fuck does Shukil-bara and Labselvith actually mean? Because let me tell you, the Nahuatl word for spear is not bara. The closest one I can find is Tlacoctli. I don't think that's the same. So I got a question for you. I found this forum post from 2005, which says that Labselvith in the Mayan language, whatever the fuck they mean by that, means bad dish of meat. But, show your work. What's your source? Because what are you talking about? Which Mayan? What does this mean? Where do these words come from? I went looking into this because I was like, ooh, I wonder if these words have other connotations. I wonder if there's context to these. But guess what? I don't know who the fuck this is. I don't know who these forum posters are. They just said this. They also say there's no TH sound in Mayan, but they don't mention that there's no V sound in Mayan, which, what? Also, I don't know if you can break these words down like this and make something coherent. I don't know if that's what these are meant for. Where did this come from? Who posted this? What do Shukil-bara and Labselvith really mean? Well, I've got great news for you. I know. I found out. I did the digging. I did the research. And I found out there are no Yucatec Mayan words that match up with Labsel or Vith in any meaningful way. I tried breaking them up into different things. So I went digging somewhere else. The Book of Lost Memories from the back of the Silent Hill 3 strategy guide in Japan. And I found Hiroyuki Owaku talking about the names of these gods. And guess what he said about them? The names of the gods have Mayan and Aztec motifs. Using the strange pronunciations as a reference, I thought up original ones. He just made them up. He just made them up. He just thought they sounded cool, okay?
I made it the fuck up.
Stop it. They don't fucking exist. They're not Nahuatl. They're not Mayan. They made them up. So yeah, I don't think it's a huge deal, but I do think that people read a little bit too much into Red God, Yellow God stuff. They're only mentioned here and vaguely hinted at in the Crimson Tome from Silent Hill 2, where they call Shukil-bara Shukil-paba, which also isn't actually Nahuatl and doesn't mean anything. Because the P sound, I don't believe exists either. Ketchup and mustard. I think they could probably be closer related to things like blood and bile, or blood and flesh. Red and yellow are colors that are very present in this game's color palette. And I think that's probably what they're going for here.
No bun. Blood and bile don't go on hot dogs, you silly.
Yeah, well, neither does ketchup. So fuck you. Promise. But there God's strength ran out and she collapsed. All the world's people grieved this unfortunate event, yet God breathed her last. She returned to the dust, promising to come again. Faith. So God hasn't been lost. We must offer our prayers and not forget our faith. We wait in hope for the day when the path to paradise will be opened. So, I think the cult's religion is pretty interesting. God showed up and was like, hey, I'm going to do all this good stuff, and then was like, I'm eepy, going to take a rest, and then I'll get back to this in the morning. Here's the thing I want to point out. The cult's belief encourages them to wait for God's arrival. The stuff that Dahlia does, trying to bring about God's return, and Claudia, make them heretics in their own faith. They should be waiting for God's return, right? Now, what's even more fucked up about all this is that in Silent Hill 4, we learn that the ability that Alessa has, the ability to make your thoughts manifest into reality, is known as the power of God. And that's what God in this story does. She's born of man and has the ability to manifest her thoughts into reality. She creates all these angels and gods. She separates time into day and night. She provides the ability to die. Like, there's all these things that she's doing. Aren't these powers kind of similar to Alessa's? What if Alessa was the cult's god returning? What if Dahlia, in trying to bring about God's return in order to hasten it, has ruined it? Because instead of bringing about an eternal paradise, Alessa instead was tortured with this nightmare. How could she possibly have created this paradise? If she had a good upbringing, she could have wound up bringing about paradise on Earth. We don't know. I just think that if the cult is right, they fucked up. They killed their own god. The Eye of Night Tarot card. Oh. I have the feeling there's someone on the other side of the door, but the door is shut tight. I can't open it no matter how hard I try.
Dear God, please forgive me. I know I'll be put to death for the sins I've committed, and I'll go to my death gladly and with a peaceful heart. But please, grant me just a small piece of your everlasting mercy. Let me see my child once within your golden gates. Deliver me not to hell, but to purgatory. Allow me to atone for my sins there. I'll stand within the very flames of redemption, no matter how they burn me. Forgive me for my wicked act of revenge, and deliver the soul of my poor murdered daughter. Please, also care for the soul of the girl whose life I have taken. God, I am a child, trembling with fear as I stare at death. Soothe my tortured soul with your infinite mercy. Please, forgive me.
Do these choices impact anything? Yes. Not right now, but yes. One of these can get you the bad ending on your second playthrough, but you have to be playing on New Game Plus. I'd feel too weird about forgiving someone. I feel like that implies that Heather sees herself as able to give forgiveness. You know? That's a little bit too weird for me. Oh, you know what I mean about this game's color palette being like red and yellow? I don't know. Just think that's kind of prescient. Oh, big boy. Cassette tape. There's a bunch of papers in this file. Get the feeling that it's a handwritten copy of some book. Represents the deity known as the Halo of the Sun. In heraldry, it represents a religious group. The two outer circles are charity and resurrection. The three inner circles are past, present, and future, usually drawn in red, occasionally drawn in black or other colors, but blue reverses the meaning into a curse on God, and is therefore forbidden. So I want to talk a little bit about the Halo of the Sun here. Three circles representing past, present, and future. Very common triad that you see in some religious imagery. You actually have another one on the symbol here. There's a little waxing, full, and waning moon. These usually represent maiden, mother, and crone, the three phases of femininity. And around the outside, it's a little tough to see because they're kind of blurry, you can see some mirrored Hungarian runes. Now these spell out 4 names, and people have gone and kind of translated them, and I've got some problems with these two. One of the names in the outer circle is Dahlia. One of them is Alessa. One of them says incubus, which is misspelled. And the last one is not a name that has any meaning in the series, which I believe is Elizer? In all honesty, nobody was supposed to read those. They're usually at too small of a resolution. You're not supposed to look that far into it. It's supposed to look neat and occult. And if you really want to dig into it, you can.
God forbid anyone be wrong on the internet about Silent Hill. Lucky Bun will find you and annihilate you.
Aha. Saint Jennifer, unwavering faith under death's blade. Now, don't we know about a Saint Jennifer? Isn't this the character that we're familiar with? I swear. Here it is. Victim of persecution by the Christians, Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. There's a little bit of the cult happening in this game. Just a little bit. So, I think that that's who this is supposed to be. And here... Ooh, this is the creepiest one of all. Saint Alessa, Mother of God, Daughter of God. This picture, that's me. I'm holding the baby, and I'm the baby being held. The me that wanted death and disappeared with God 17 years ago. And the me here and now that sought life. Creepy. Weird. I got some problems, though. Who painted this picture? Who's responsible for this? We see Alessa. She's in all white. There's the fire and the chain link fences in the background. But, who was there when that happened? Harry? Alessa, Dahlia, Kaufman, Lisa. Lisa disappeared with the nightmare. Kaufman's presumably dead. Dahlia got struck by lightning and started on fire. Alessa disappeared with the rest of the town. Harry didn't tell anybody about this fucking cult shit. So who the heck knew that this happened? Who knew that Alessa gave Harry that baby? I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. This painting could be manifested from Alessa's memories and from Claudia's faith. But on the other hand, this could be a real thing because the cult really does seem to revere Alessa. I mean, they know that she split herself off into a baby because they had to hire Douglas to find the baby, right? So they knew that Alessa reincarnated, but how did they know that? It's very suspicious is all I'm saying. There's somebody who just painted what they assumed adult and baby Alessa looked like. I mean, that's definitely true, because there's some artistic liberties they're taking here for sure. They gave her a halo and everything. But the fact that they know that there was a baby is very weird. Saint Nicholas, miraculous hands, a doctor of God. It strikes me as possible that this could be Kaufman. Do I believe it? Probably not. I don't think it's intended to be. But we don't know any Nicholas in the Silent Hill games, so I don't know. Beatify a non-believer who just sold them drugs? I mean, he was a member of the cult. He knew enough about their rituals to figure out how a glophatus works. It's very possible that if he survived the end of Silent Hill 1 and was one of the only remaining members of the cult, he could have spun whatever story he wanted about that. He could have been well, Dahlia was evil and bad, but Alessa was good. That seems to me like it's a possibility. But like many things in Silent Hill 3, it is one without proof. I don't think they're going to give us a definitive answer as to who the fuck that is. Look at these fucking footprints! God, I love this. God, I love this game. There's a picture here of an angel flying into the heavens. Nothing special. I'm feeling there's something behind this picture, though. That girl's cries and footsteps disappeared beyond it, after all. Ooh. Is that a little Voltiel? Oh, I think it might be. Silent Hill's Ancient Gods, a study of their etymology and evolution. What a mouthful. God, what I would give to get my hands on this document. There is no religion that has remained unchanged from the moment it was founded. This one is no exception. When this religion fell into the hands of immigrants, it was deeply influenced by their own original Christian beliefs. For example, the traditional representatives of these primal gods may be given the names and descriptions of Christian angels, thus shared characteristics began to appear. There is also one rare example of the chief deity, creator of paradise, or lord of serpents and reeds, being dubbed with a demon's name. Of course, this was not done by believers, but by their opponents. Oh, wow! Maybe they called the cult's god something sinister sounding, like Samael. Maybe something like that. I mean, obviously wouldn't be true, but like, what if they did that to try to discredit them? We're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there.
You show up everywhere, don't you?
Makes me sound like some kind of unwanted pest.
Well, who are you anyway?
Haven't you realized that yet?
Yeah, you're on Claudia's side.
I told you not to put me in the same category as that mad woman.
Well, you're pretty loony yourself.
True, though.
We believe in the same God. But I'm quite sane.
So why did you help me out then? Was that also part of trying to resurrect God?
It's not uncommon for people to worship the same God and still disagree.
God? Are you sure you don't mean devil?
Whichever you like. The point is that now I really am on your side. I don't want God to be born. Wouldn't be convenient. Much too unpredictable.
So you've been using me to stop Claudia, is that it? Do your own dirty work.
My dirty work? I think we both had our own interests in mind. You hate her too, don't you? You're the only one who can get it done. I don't have powers like you two. Besides, I always hated getting all hot, sweaty.
Gross.
I'm just looking out for myself. Everyone does it. Don't stand there looking so smug. You're the worst person in this room. You come here and enjoy spilling their blood. And listening to them cry out. You feel excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
You enjoy the killing. That's what. What? Are you denying it?
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you?
Oh no.
Don't worry. It's just a joke. By the way, I forgot to ask you. Did you get the seal of Metatron?
What's that?
You don't have it? Leonard was carrying it.
You mean this thing?
Yes, that's it. As long as we have that, we're fine. Here, take this.
God, what a dick. Yeah, we can talk about the line. So obviously, what Vincent is doing here is implying that the monsters are people. He's like, oh, you're murdering them, you're snuffing out their lives, you're enjoying doing all this killing. Like, he's trying to get a reaction. But, we don't trust Vincent. Vincent's a huge piece of shit. Would you ever take this dude at his word? Yeah. It's possible Vincent thinks that they're that way. Plus, he just openly admits it's just a joke. Obviously. I think Vincent has a even more interesting line here, and it's where Heather says, God, don't you mean demon? Don't you mean devil? And Vincent says, whichever you like, because that's what it is. It's a matter of perspective. These contradictory things are both true from a certain point of view. Like, They may be a contradiction, but they exist in tandem. They can both be the case, and you kind of have to choose which one you want to believe. And that's a lot of this game. A lot of the information that you get in this game is going to be contradictory, confusing, vague, and from dubious sources. And what you've got to do is pick and choose what you want to take from it. I don't recommend believing Vincent, but I do think it's possible that the cult views the monsters as angels or spirits. I'm not sure. They've had a lot of time to come to terms with it because it's been, 17 years or so. The monsters first appeared during Silent Hill 1 when Alessa's nightmare was unleashed. And in Silent Hill 2, we see that the town is somewhat fucked up by this, that its spiritual power is manifesting creatures. Do those creatures manifest around members of the cult? It's unclear. Vincent's a weird one because he doesn't seem particularly bothered by the monsters appearing, not in the way that Kaufman was.
But are the monsters hostile to anyone else, or only to Heather, believing her to be an invader?
Well, that's the thing. Does anybody else see them? During the course of this game, Douglas certainly does. He mentions it in the mall. Vincent seems perfectly content being around them and talking about them. Claudia seems to exert some sort of control over them. But yeah, the relationship with the creatures in this game is a very weird one. We don't necessarily see them attacking anybody but Heather. What does the cult know about the monsters is kind of an open question. Now, where's that book? Ah, here we go. A big old book I got from Vincent. This magic square with strong protective and dispelling properties is called the Viren 7 Crest, or the Seal of Metatron. I'm sorry. Vincent just called it Metatron, right?
Did you get the Seal of Metatron?
That says Metraton. Thing is, in Silent Hill 1, the subtitles say Metatron, but the voice line that Dahlia has says Metraton. There's a couple of instances of them mixing up Metraton and Metatron. I think they're both correct. Anyway. It will bring results regardless of whether the target is good or evil. Its strength therefore places a very high burden on the caster, as it is also difficult to control. It is not normally used. Now, this is cool because this is the spell that Alessa was casting in Silent Hill 1. This is what she was going to use to seal God away forever, is a seal of Metatron the size of the town. This is why it bears the name Metraton, after the angel Metatron, or Metraton, also known as the Agent of God. There's a book on tarot here. Tarot is based on the 22 Hebrew consonants and is said to represent the entire world. Each card numbered 0 through 21 has a particular meaning. By reading these cards, fortune tellers can predict the future. For example, the first card, the Magician, signifies creation, wisdom, beginnings, or destruction, and fraud. I paused there because I'm like, wait a minute, the first card? Oh, they mean number 1. Because I don't know, the first card would be 0 to me, but the second card, the High Priestess, denotes intuition, harmony, faith, or dogmatism and arrogance. According to some texts, the Gardner deck had more than 22 cards. Gardner deck does not exist today, as mentioned only in the literature. These extra cards were based on the lost Hebrew vowels and denoted an otherworldly transcendental existence, i.e. God. Yeah, they probably made that. That's probably made up. Lost vowels. Lost vowels is a cool concept, though. I don't know. Like, there were more letters in the alphabet and they're gone. Nobody remembers them anymore. That's kind of cool. There's 3 letters missing from English because Americans refuse the existence of umlauts. I mean, if we're going to talk about that, then there's way more than just 3. My favorite letter in the English language is the schwa, which also doesn't exactly exist.
I think Bun just likes saying schwa.
I do like saying schwa. It is the most common phoneme in the English language, and it is pronounced like It is the second vowel in the word begun. This room looks oddly familiar. One of the books catches my eye. Although the bookshelf and books are all the same as Dad's. There's a musty diary on the bed. This writing. Is this Dad's diary? Why would it be here? I think we have an answer. If Harry Mason left a diary full of writing, and it was attained by the cult, That would explain where they got a lot of their information from about what happened after the nightmare. I sometimes have the sense, even now, that that girl is a reincarnation of Alessa. I don't worry about it much now. That's all forgiven. You were unloved, Cheryl. Or was that Alessa? Now Cheryl is Alessa again. No matter whose reincarnation she may have been, that girl was my most beloved treasure. But that name was a mistake. At the time, I thought of her only as a replacement for my lost Cheryl. When she knows the truth, will she feel bad? That's what worries me. Thanks, Dad. So I was Alessa after all. But I do have just a trace of one more memory left. I haven't forgotten my sweet and gentle mother. She's got Cheryl's memories, too. Ooh. Corpse wrapped in some vinyl tape bag. This crazy mixed up world has got me used to the strangest things. Easy for me to say. They're still totally disgusting. I feel like I'm gonna go crazy myself sooner or later. Might even already be crazy. Who knows? God, the sound design is so good. Hey Voltiel, what you doing? Hanging out with Fukuru? That's cool. We'll leave you to it. It's Alessa's bedroom from nowhere. This is not something of Alessa's, though. Look, it's Harry. Look, it's Cheryl's drawing book with Harry on the cover. This drawing, it's me. This is my sketchbook from 17 years ago. On the front cover here is a picture of Dad. Really awful work. What's this doing here? The door sure does rattle, but it's stuck tight. A secret is hidden out of your sight. You may be thinking, what could it be? You'll need 5 magic cards if you want to see. What to do then with all these? I'll tell you straight and I won't tease, just as long as you say please. Now the first thing you must know is that there's something in each row, but that is not the half of it. 3 would be too hard to fit. The upside-down man under the ground, to his right, to his left, there's no one around. Leave him alone, though his tears are profound. The moon is up above the sky, fuller crescent floating high. Twinkling light sits like a crown on the head of a crazy clown. Your Excellency, praying to God Most High, do you think you can tell me why you always look up at the night sky? Do you have it now? You didn't forget one major point you must not omit. And now at the last, before you take a whack, there's one more hint to help keep you on track. Scary and hateful, that thing in the night. Better be careful it's not on your right. Turn to the left, and you'll keep it in sight. So you'll open the door? I'm just sure that there'll be nothing beyond it but frightening peril. Forget about that, just stay and play, or else I'll be left here alone all day. How many cards do we have? 1, 2, 3? Gotta get a couple more. Oh my god, it's the final save point! She's just beyond this door. I don't know how, but I can sense it. But she's not the only one there. I sense the presence of something extremely dangerous, even sickening, or maybe what they call God. Nevertheless, I will open the door. Enough of this idle chit-chat. God I'm not, but I fully intend to save her. No, them. This last entry was written some 17 years ago. Looks like Dad wrote this too. Ah, there you are. Hey, Voltiel. Just cranking it. Straight cranking it. Yeah, those curtain legs are not subtle one bit. Oh no. Draped in red makes them reminiscent of God. I want to say, in my opinion, these seem reminiscent of Alessa and Cheryl, but maybe they're supposed to be Alessa and Claudia. Or Alessa and Heather? Ooh, this is a bad room to be in. 24 years ago, Dahlia used me to summon God. God was in my womb, but I couldn't deliver her, and I was shut up here in this hospital room. Stayed here until Dad helped me out when I was 14. God ate away at me from within, driving me mad with suffering. There I was, wishing I could just die and be done with it, but I went on living that nightmare for 7 years. Looking at this bed just reminds me of those awful days, and I don't want to remember them, because I'm not Alessa anymore. But Alessa is still me. I'm really not trying to deny it or anything. There's an interesting contrast between Heather leaving her past lives behind and Claudia desperately clinging to the past. Absolutely. I think Claudia and Heather are really good mirrors of each other. God, this room is so good. Whoa. This is us going back through an environment we've already been in. There's an old birthday card on the desk. So she was still hanging on to this. Finally! Finally! The payoff to the birthday plot line! To little Claudia, happy 6th birthday. Love you as if you were my real sister. Here's to you. From Alessa to Claudia. She loves Alessa, and she wants her back. The name Claudia Wolf is written very small on the cover. Looks like this is her diary. November 10th. She didn't die then, she was born. Knew that for a fact. But then, why haven't I found her yet? They were supposed to need her power to build paradise. For the happiness of the people. She was supposed to be reborn for that. I'd really like to see her. So, pretty sure this is Claudia's diary from after the fire when Alessa got moved to the hospital. Read the Book of Praise. I want to thank Father for lending me such an invaluable book. I found what I've been searching for in there. How to awaken God, but it's much too cruel. Will I be able to pull it off when I see her? Or maybe this is just before she met Heather. I was free all day, so I read A Modern History of Refugees and Young Slaves' Child Exploitation. I don't want to be a mere bystander in this world. I can't do anything now, though, and that's what's hard. I found myself doubting the cult I'm in, so I decided to traumatize myself with disgust reactions so that I could dig in further into the weird cult I'm in. I thought that would be a great idea. I thought that would be fun to do. That's a little too real. What are these, letters? No, maybe a bunch of suggestions? People are starting to voice their dissatisfaction about Father Vincent using the organization's money for his own personal benefit. I've also heard rumors that Father Vincent has been extorting donations from some followers. Is he really the right person for such a position? I'm in no place to deny all that he's done to make the organization grow. Even though we believe in God, if there were some sort of gathering, shouldn't we be valued not for our limited talents or our talkativeness, but for the depth of our faith? LS. Don't have a solid theory on who that might be. Actually, maybe we've got a clue.
Do you know about what happened here 17 years ago?
Sure do. I played Silent Hill 1.
A group of pagans, blinded by earthly desires, spit in the very face of God.
I don't know about that.
They tried to use the seal of Metatron to prevent God's awakening, but God drove the unbelievers away and threw them into the abyss. But due to their wickedness, God was unable to be born properly, and so she has slumbered ever since in the womb of the Holy Mother until the time of the awakening. That's all that I know.
That's it, huh? Well, thanks.
Why do you sound disappointed?
Father Vincent, heard that the Holy Mother has been found. Is it true?
Alessa has been found? Did Claudia say that?
Yes.
Then it must be true. Her sight rarely fails her.
Bless the Lord.
Maybe it's because of her great faith. I could never be like her. I wouldn't want to.
Nor I. The truth is, Sister Claudia frightens me a little.
Well now, let's both show our faith by forgetting about this little talk, okay?
Yes, but does that mean this land will finally be the home of eternal paradise?
If God wills it, my sister. If God wills it.
God, Vincent's such a fucking creep. How did these people even get that much information? Like, the only cult members we see in 1 get fucking set on fire and dragged off into a fiery pit. I know, right? That's what I was saying. And I've got 2 theories. 1, they were reading the notes that Harry Mason left around town. Or 2, Kaufman survived. I think those are the most likely ones. don't know if either is true. Like, I'm sure they were reading Harry's notes around. Like, that one's probably the case. But also, I love the way that they've twisted what happened to make their own propaganda. There's a ratty old notebook on the podium. Oops. And there's a letter stuck in here, too. Let's see. There's a girl named Alessa in my class. If your memory is any good, you may remember her. The one I said they called a witch. Most likely her mother is abusing her. I've never seen her come in without some sort of scrape or bruise. Her expression is pitifully dark for a 6-year-old. Something like this may not be so uncommon. Rather than coming up with pointless ideas, it's best just to watch and wait. But isn't there something I can do to help? Considering consulting a lawyer, but I do have my reservations. So I thought I'd ask you, my friend, for your opinion first. Kay Gordon? Was Kay Gordon looking out for Alessa? Go home. This used to be Alessa's. I mean, this was my desk once upon a time. Okay. The Hanged Man, underground, no one to the left and right. Eye of Night is not on the right, it's on the left and above the High Priestess. And the sun is above the clown. Yeah, easy peasy.
Hey there, Heather. Tarot Nerd Panda Mann Zilla here. Before you go wandering through that door and making the hint book sad, I figured I could read this here tarot spread of yours. Now, it turns out that the spread on this door changes depending on how harrowing and difficult the powers that be have decided to make your psychodramatic experience. So you'll be no doubt overjoyed to hear that this spread means you're receiving the, quote, normal amount of gooey multidimensional horror. But before we dive deeper into this spread and what it could mean for you, let's rewind a bit to that book you found on the upstairs shelf. You know, this one with all the interesting tarot facts that I want to argue with. I did mention I was a tarot nerd, right? Okay, so first off, it says Tarot's major arcana is based on the 22 Hebrew consonants, which, oh boy, I could double the length of this video just by listing the top 10 bonkers tarot origins theories of history. But to summarize, this particular gem was introduced by French occultist Eliphas Levi in the 1800s. And as part of this theory, he arranged the order of the arcana so that the cards would have meanings corresponding to their Hebrew letters. However, considering this so-called sacred immutable order changed when the Golden Dawn got their hands on it a century later, I have my doubts. Also, Heather, this thing about a fabled Gardner deck with more than 22 cards, I really hope this is a detail specific to your game, your reality. Realities? Anyways, at the same time Levi was declaring that the mages had mapped the Hebrew letters, noted French occultist Atea was publishing a tarot deck with 25 mages, and we still have copies of it to this day. I even have one. Oh, and there's some people who also read with a Minciat deck, which, get this, has 41 mages in it. And that deck predates all these decks by like 2 centuries. Honestly, if this book of yours stuck to the deck popularized by the Golden Dawn, I'd withdraw all my objections. But it had the name drop the Gardner deck. And the Gardner deck's not even that old. It was published in like the 1970s and is based on a 1948 deck by the Insight Institute. There are stains in this room older than that deck. So what do they mean it's been lost to history? Okay, look, I can tell I'm losing you, but hey, consider this. Someday after you get through this terrifying experience, defeat the bubbling abomination that represents your guilt, get UFOs to blow everything up, do years of therapy, and then take the longest shower of your entire life, you might be doing trivia night at a bar, and I just don't want you to suffer the embarrassment of losing 10 points to some other barflies because you think your personal lived experience gave you some accurate facts about the doggone Gardner deck. Okay, I got that out of my system, back to the task at hand. Let's look at this door spread of yours. The door's got 9 spots on it to put cards, and the book gives you clues on where to put them. Now, I won't comment too much on the tortured English, after all, everything's being tortured here, but it starts by telling you the upside-down man is underground, with nothing to his left and right. Now, in tarot spreads, it's common to read left and right as past and future, respectively, with up and down representing firmament and foundation, or more colloquially, heaven and earth. That which influences us versus that which supports us. So what we have here is a current foundational reality. Your present is the way it is because of a hanged man. Now, the hanged man usually means something like a pause or a moment to look at a situation from a new perspective. And hey, this is Silent Hill, the sleepy little town that never met a metaphor that it couldn't turn into a new perspective full of rust and Cenobites. However, the hanged man is also based on an old form of capital punishment called the Pittura Infamante. And it's no wonder you found this card at that morgue, because it represents your dearly departed daddy-o, Harry Mason, whose murder was ordered by Claudia. See, Harry was in essence being sentenced to death for his role in taking you out of this spooky cult when you was a baby, and that death was foundational to Claudia's plot to get you here. So yeah, this door puzzle's off to a great start. Now onto the middle row, representing you and your actions. Here we have the High Priestess in the past and the Fool in the future. If nothing else, this shows us a correct timeline. You found the High Priestess card in Claudia's room, because who doesn't keep a self-portrait in her bedroom, am I right? And this card is one of the 4 major power players of the tarot, along with the Empress, Emperor, and Hierophant. She's the governess of spiritual matters. So yeah, not really ambiguous, but she's shown here in the Fool's past, and the Fool, which often means the start of a new journey, can also represent a protagonist. Tarot's major arcana is often called the Fool's Journey. And again, I could really turn Editor Matt's job into absolute hell by going into the significance of that, but suffice to say, there's a reason you found this card in your hospital room, because it represents you and your journey. So simply put, the middle row says your past is catching up to you. The missing bit in the middle, I would interpret that as how you were given no helpful info on how to deal with this. Ironically, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know with that one. Now, onto the firmament row. This one that shows your influences. In the past is the Eye of Night, and in the future is the Moon. We'll start with that latter card, which you found in the library where you met Vincent. The Moon is considered a card about illusions and mysteries, and it's interesting to me how Vincent manipulated you into keeping Claudia safe by directing you towards Leonard, arguably the greatest threat to the cult's goals. So, his influence moved you forward. Good positioning. Meanwhile, your tailwind is being generated by the Eye of Night, which isn't what I'd call a traditional card, but hey, if Crowley can have a lust card in his deck, then sure, go on, add a floating eyeball that only makes sense to you, whatever. But from what I can grok here, this card's supposed to represent the all-seeing eye of the new god this cult is trying to awaken. So sure, that's a solid interpretation of what got you into this mess. So, there you go. This spread represents your journey, and hey, it even hints that you can leave all of this in your past and start a whole new journey when you're all done. Which again, I presume will lead straight to a nice hot shower, a few years of therapy, and a fun trivia night where you will not lose 10 points and disappoint your teammates over the gardener deck. You're welcome. Good luck with the beasties out there. Now anyway, thanks Lucky Bun for giving me this opportunity, and everybody else, thanks for your time.
What do I want? Well, for the 2 of you to die, that would be nice. Then I could relax.
When did you stop believing in God? God lives. Just look around you.
But I do believe in her, in my own way. I fear her, and I adore her. But I haven't lost my mind like you. You think that this is the work of God? Isn't this all nothing more than your own personal nightmare?
He said it. He just said it.
If this really is the work of God, then I'd say she has lousy taste.
I don't even need to make these videos anymore. He just said it.
You mock God? Traitor. You will go to hell.
Not that again. I love that line.
Who do you think you are, claiming to know God's will?
Go home, Vincent.
Home. This church is my home. I built it with my power. The power of money that you view with such scorn.
Oh no, he's a capitalist.
Although, I admit that this atrocious scenery is all yours.
If you continue to get in my way,
then you'll kill me. Well. Well. The guest of honor has arrived. Let's get this party started. Heather, go ahead and kill this crazy bitch. This demon who claims to speak for God. The time has come. You can kill her now.
You'll go to hell!
I love how the music stops there.
What did you do?
Nothing important.
You're not going to run? I guess this is the end.
No, the beginning. As Vincent said, the time has come. Alessa, I'm saddened that you didn't agree to this on your own. But I thank you for nurturing God with all the hate in your heart. It's time for mankind to be released from the shackles of sin which bind them.
But a God born from hatred can never create a perfect paradise.
That's why Alessa couldn't do it.
It's so cruel. Is it so hard to believe that sympathy could be born out of pain and suffering? Why do you reject God's mercy? Why do you cling to this corrupt world? You know that only God can save us.
And save you too? Happy ending? I'd rather go to hell.
No, I don't expect to be saved. And that's fine. Alessa, my dearest, for the pain that I've caused you, I deserve no mercy. Even if it was to save mankind, it was too deep a sin. It was hubris for me to try to hasten the day of her arrival.
True.
Sacrifices were made. Those are my sins.
If you feel so guilty about it, why don't you go to hell? Heather, use the seal.
Vincent? The seal of Metatron?
Now your stupid dream is over.
Oh, that's just a piece of junk. What do you think you can do with that? Do you really think it can kill God? I'm sorry to see you fell for my father's foolishness.
What?
You're pathetic. But God loves even you. Now, Alessa, there's nowhere else to run.
Ooh, she's turning to bacon.
Just accept it, Alessa. The pain will disappear. I've been waiting so long for this. Even as a child, I knew I would see the coming of this day. I knew I would be a witness to it. Judgment Day. Alessa?
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
You get her! Hackin' get her! Okay, can we talk about the seal of Metatron? Can we talk about this seal? So, hey, why doesn't this work? Why doesn't this do anything? Because I think I have an answer. This is another one of those answers from Silent Hill 1 that is a contradiction. Like, what is the seal of Metatron and what was it trying to do? Are questions that people had about Silent Hill 1. And I think I've got a good answer, which is that Alessa was trying to spread it around town to seal God's presence, to prevent God's birth, right? We don't know exactly how, but it's magic. But why doesn't it work in this game? And I think the reason for that is because Heather lacks what Claudia has, which is faith. I don't think Heather believes that the seal works. She doesn't believe the cult's shit. There's no way she could make it work because she doesn't believe in it. Leonard couldn't make it work because he doesn't have Alessa's powers, but Heather can't make it work because she doesn't have faith. In order to make it manifest, she would need to have that in her head, and it's just not there. She can't imagine this thing working, you know? Whereas Claudia's power is her faith. She's able to use her faith to control Alessa's powers, even though they're inside Heather. Claudia is able to exert some control over Heather and over the nightmare because of her faith. But she's still lacking something, and that's the power of God. She's not able to manifest this stuff on her own. It's a manifestation coming from, Heather from Alessa, from the embryo of God inside her. She doesn't have psychic powers like Alessa did, but Vincent says, I don't have powers like you two, and that's because Claudia does have a power, and it's her faith. Heather doesn't know what it does, and she doesn't believe in it, so therefore, it can't do anything for her. I can't use that here. I love that camera movement. Oh. So there is a part of Silent Hill 1 in the BUNALYSIS that I need to talk about again. Silent Hill 3, unlike some of the previous games, only has 3 endings. There's a good ending, there's ostensibly a bad ending, and there's the UFO ending. And that's it. And in your first playthrough, you can only get the good ending. Can't get any of the other ones. Gotta be on New Game Plus in order to get any of the other ones. So we're going to get the only ending we can get on this playthrough. And when we played Silent Hill 1, one of the things I talked about was how I think it was interesting that in Silent Hill 1, the bad ending is what tells you how to get the better one. If you wind up getting one of the bad endings, Kaufman shows up and throws some red goo at Alessa, which reveals the presence of the incubus, Alessa's idea of God. And this clues you in to the idea that shortly after you meet Kaufman in the hospital, you can go into his office and find a bunch of red goo all over the ground. You can pick it up and use it to get the plus ending. Now, even more fascinating, I think that's where you get the clue for how to get the ending to this game. So here's what we do. Harry gave Heather the last of the Aglophidus. When I asked Dad what it was, he said, just a lucky charm. But then he told me to take good care of it and never take it off. Wonder why I feel sick inside when I look at it. The Aglophidus, a red liquid or crystal from the first Silent Hill game that is able to purge God out of Alessa.
What are you doing?
Dad.
She is nearly here. Alessa, what have you done? What did you swallow? What is this?
Looks like God didn't make it.
Stop! God is...
Claudia!
No!
Alessa, you cannot kill God. I will burn God. If you can't do it, Alessa, I will.
Claudia! Claudia!
Valtiel? Care to explain? I think it... I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Gonna be honest. Game of sure has a lot to say about babies. Boy, does it. I think I love this game so much. And one of the reasons is because modern Silent Hill games don't have the balls to talk about abortion. Silent Hill games nowadays want to talk about dead kids all the time. They want to talk about dead wives and dead little brothers and dead murderers and whatever. But they don't have the straight up cojones to do what this game does and talk about pregnancy and birth and labor pains and abortion. And this game is so much more visceral and dark than any one of those. Oh my god. Yeah, all very masculine things. The man who failed to save the female, or little brother, exactly. It's boring. It's boring? It's boring. I'm bored of man pain. It occurs to me that I haven't talked much about Valtiel for this entire video, so let's do that now. Unlike a lot of other Silent Hill creatures, Valtiel seems to be unique in that there's only one of them, similar to the way that Pyramid Head functioned in 2, until there were, 2 of them. Valtiel shows up prominently during the elevator sequence in the mall, during a ladder climb in the hospital, and then at the end of a hallway in nowhere. And all of these times, Valtiel is just straight cranking it. There's a lot of fan theories about Valtiel, associating Valtiel to either the red god or the yellow god, or saying that Valtiel is the same entity as Pyramid Head. One of the reasons for that is that Valtiel's skin has a lot of similar markings to that of Pyramid Head's. People have deconstructed these models and found similarities between them. And when asked about it, Masahiro Ito stated that they had 9 months to make the game. They reused the textures. So read into that as much as you want. But I don't think that they're entirely dissimilar. Personally, I like to think about what Valtiel's role in this game is. Valtiel, the name, was created by Hiroyuki Owaku and uses the French word valet with the Hebrew suffix el, meaning of God. So an attendant of God, servant of God, or something similar. I think this tells us a little bit about what the role that Valtiel is supposed to inhabit is. Valtiel appears next to imagery of girls or women, often in, I would say, implied pain. And I think that the reason for this is Valtiel, like Pyramid Head, is derived from one of the characters in this game. We do see a character in this game who is around to cause pain to Heather, who is around and fancies themselves a servant of God, and that would be Claudia. The same way that Pyramid Head is all of James's worst impulses, it's a monster made out of his most toxic version. I think that Valtiel is that for Claudia. Every time Claudia appears in the story, it's to cause Heather pain. It's to metaphorically crank up the tension the way that Valtiel does a little more symbolically. I think that Claudia fancies herself to be a servant of God, that she wants to be the midwife that will bring God into this world. And I think that that's the role that Valtiel also intends to inhabit. And we even see at the end of the game, Valtiel is the one who emerges out of the floor and drags down Claudia into the floor vagina. The floor receipt. Nobody's here to tart me. But I think that this is her succumbing to the toxic desires to usher God into this world. The way that these are unhealthy and monstrous impulses is represented by Valtiel, and then are the things that drag her down into metaphorical hell. That's my interpretation, at least. I think, like a lot of things in Silent Hill 3, it's a little bit vague on purpose, and you're supposed to be able to kind of bring something of yourself to the interpretation of art. That's all I got. Hey, Valtiel. Claudia's around here somewhere, and she's naked.
This is God?
So, let's talk about God real quick. Interestingly, in the Silent Hill games, I think the closest thing we ever see to what God actually is in the conception of the church, or the cult, is the incubator fight from the bad end of Silent Hill 1. The incubus, I think, is closer to Alessa's version of what the God is like. Because Alessa has been tortured by the horrible thing. She sees it as a monster. And so it comes out as a monster. In Silent Hill 3 here, this is a monster that is born from what Claudia thinks God is, what Alessa thinks God is, and what Heather thinks God is. Everything in the nightmare is being filtered through these 3 different perspectives because it's Alessa's powers that are creating the nightmare and the memories of her that are causing the pain that manifest it. Heather is the lens through which the nightmare manifests into reality because that is what Alessa's residing inside of. And Claudia is able to shape the nightmare with her faith. So we're seeing all of these perspectives put together. What we wind up with in the end of this game is something that looks similar to the Incubus in terms of its body, the way that it's malnourished, skeletal, and thin, but it's got Alessa's face because Claudia sees Alessa as not just the mother of God, she is God to her.
SH3 literally said, attack and dethrone God.
Literally, yes. Woo. Come on, take a swing. And then become vulnerable. Alright, if we're gonna kill God, there's only one way to do it right. Yeah! Japanese steel folded 1,000 times. While you were praying for salvation, I studied the blade!
Is that the end? I guess it's time to roll the credits.
Dad!
She's been able to make it this far just by being angry about her dad's death. And now that she's got nothing left to be angry at, all she is sad.
Heather, is it really over?
Not yet. You're still alive.
Heather?
Just a joke.
Oh my god, what an asshole.
Sorry.
Heather, did
You
you...
don't have to call me that. I'm not hiding anymore.
Want me to use your real name? What was it again?
Cheryl. The name my father gave me.
You gonna let your hair color go back too?
I don't know. Don't you think blondes have more fun?
What an ending. Also, did you notice? The amusement park wasn't a nightmare anymore. Heather goes through a couple of personality shifts. I don't know if people tend to notice it, but up until the apartment building, Heather is a little more carefree. She's got a few more jokes. There's a few more things where she's a little sillier. And then after the death of Harry, a lot of her internal monologue starts turning a little more dark, depressed. There's a little more, there's a thing here, but I don't care about that right now. It feels like she gets into a rut, and there's a lot of like obvious internal pain in a lot of her like monologue and stuff. And it's only after the end of the game that she's able to go back to what she was in the beginning, enjoying her blonde hair. You know, that sort of thing. So I don't think the ending's necessarily out of character. We just don't get to see a lot of her in the beginning of the game talking to somebody who she considers a friend. Because the only person we get to see her like interacting with in the beginning of the game is her dad and some creepy old guy that approached her and said, "Heather, it's about your birth." And yeah, I'd be a little standoffish there too. So I think the end of the game is when we get to see more of Heather being her real self, the way she is around her friends. So, what else do I need to say about this game? Oh, there is one other thing we need to do. On a second playthrough of the game, you have to kill at least 31 monsters using the Heather beam to unlock the sexy beam attack. And once you get back to the apartment, we get to see the UFO ending, the most canon of endings. So you could make that argument, I think, because Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3 have UFO endings that fit together chronologically. In Silent Hill 1, there's the UFO ending where Harry gets abducted. In Silent Hill 2, Harry's PlayStation 1 model shows up and says, "Hey, have you seen my little daughter? Little girl, about 7? Black hair?" And James is like, "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." And then he gets abducted too. And now we get to see the thrilling conclusion.
I'm home, Dad. Listen, something crazy is going on.
Cheryl, you're back. What happened?
Well, it's like this.
James, what are you doing back there?
And that's about it.
Poor little Cheryl. I can't believe that. I'm going to Silent Hill.
And I'm gonna bust some heads. Yeah, Harry.
Dad, you're the coolest.
You get him, Harry. And they blew up the whole town. Everybody needs to know the members of Team Silent who worked on Silent Hill 3 got really, really drunk. Like blackout drunk. Went into a recording booth, and this was the result.
さあ良い子のみんな集まれ良い子のみんなそろそろ UFO エンディングとか飽きちゃってんじゃないのかい？飽きたよーしみんな素直だ。素直が一番成長するぞ。それじゃあそんな成長期のみんなでサイレントヒルの歌を歌おうかな。シェキヨーメンヨーヨーヨーシェキシェキシェキヨー
サイレンヒルの歌みんなで歌うみんなで歌いましょう。
じゃあまずはクローディアの歌ね。みんなは歌わなくていいよ。
クローディア
優しいおばさんだ。お菓子とか買ってくれるし、お年玉くれるし。だけどね、怒ると
怖い。サイレンヒルの歌みんなで歌うみんなで歌いましょう。
次はヴィンセントいくよ。
Gotta hate him.
ヴィンセント本当優しい親思い横断歩道でおばあさんの手とか引いてるし。だけどねわがままだよ。サイレンヒルの
歌みんなで歌うみんなで歌いましょう。ドゴルス本当な探偵じゃないんだ。He's my favorite.
それはね、魚屋さんだから。
This is the deep lore.
Just 最後にヘザーね。ヘザー本当はバツ1、2時の母育児とか大変だしパートも行けないといけないしだってさヤンママだからなめんなよって感じ。
みんなで歌うみんなで Alessa! God, I love these games so much.